Today's topics: gun sales.
Quiet. Quiet. For safety. Welcome to Opinion Planet Podcast. My name is Nocam. I just opened up a very feminine drink that has it's truly, all right? It's truly.
Why are you
It's a
drinking
strawberry
Truly?
hibiscus. All right, because I still have some left from last night. I do have a
Okay.
bottle of champagne because I'm celebrating as well.
But when did you buy the Truly?
I bought the Truly 2 nights ago
Why?
because I wanted to drink something fruity. Why don't you drink? Is my question.
Why don't I?
All right, just do your introductions.
I'm GymBagBob.
I'm Amadeus Kyouma. It's a very special episode. We're live on Kick for the first time.
Yeah, this is our first time on Kick and streaming on two platforms, Twitch and Kick, at the same time. I thought that software was going to be harder to accomplish, but here we are.
So how's your day been?
All right, not too bad. I mean, it's a weekend, right? Nobody was doing a lot. How was your week in general?
Pretty boring. It's just been cold and uneventful, I guess.
Okay. I mean, in my certain organization I'm in, I had some interesting controversy with a coworker. And considering I'm in said organization, leaving work without proper permission is kind of like borderline illegal. So
Only job. That's stupid. It's fun to walk out on people.
Yeah.
Fun, all right?
Look.
There's been a couple of places I've just walked out in the middle of a shift. Feels fun. They
Yeah.
can't punish me for it. What are you gonna do? You still have to pay me.
But the funny thing about that was he actually asked. He asked around two of his superiors, like, "Hey, can I go?" The one guy's like, "No, I don't think so. But you should ask the other guy." And then the other guy's like, "No, we still need you to be here to help take shit down." And then he just left. Said he was taking a shit. It's kind of funny. Kind of sad.
I'm waiting to hear what charges. I want to see the trial. We can do a live.
I don't think it's not gonna go that far, right? It's not that deep. But
Make it go that far.
I mean, he did get a flight out to, undisclosed location for the weekend as well without permission. So, I mean, that's going to be interesting as well. But yeah, so my week has been eventful and is promised to be even more eventful throughout the rest of the month. So,
hell yeah. I get to go to Chicago in February. Well, I think Chicago, maybe one of the closer suburb cities, but
first time in Chicago?
Chicago proper? Yes. I've been to Joliet for a concert, but
nice. You get to see what all the hype that Frank Sinatra brings it up to be,
If I hear Frank Sinatra while in Chicago, that'll be good. I know I'm in the right place, but is that where you fucking grew up in?
No, there was a song about it.
I don't know.
My kind of town, Chicago is. We got a DMCA strike just for that.
I only know his most popular shit.
I flew over Chicago before.
Should have flown into Chicago.
All right. Depending on what you mean by that, we need to change the topic. Man, this is like some $20 champagne, and it's got a fancy top. That's nice.
What's it called?
What is it? It's a Corbel California Champagne Brut. 12% alcohol content. Lower than wine.
This is a good endorsement of their product. We're just giving them free marketing at this point.
Great. Is it going to fizz out like in the TV shows? I don't know. I haven't. This is the first time opening a bottle of champagne.
First time ever. You must be celebrating something.
Yeah.
Celebrating your coworker just doing what you want to do.
I guess I really don't have anything else to celebrate. I'm celebrating bold moves of humanity and throughout time. All right.
What has humanity done throughout time?
Well, I think a very bold move would be what is it? Ashley Madison. It's a pretty bold website to make.
I saw someone say that the entire company reminded them of like a GTA advertisement with how fucking absurd and stupid and
What website?
So it's a website where pretty much guys have to pay money to chat with girls and women get in for free. The website's motto was "Life is short, have an affair." At like its peak, it had about 30 million users. Um,
Holy shit. How many men want to cheat on their wife?
a lot because hackers they pretty much threatened them with like malware in their systems. Um, Shut the site down, or we're gonna wait. No, I think you just have the CEO step down, something
No,
like that,
it
or
was shutting down the website.
just shutting down the website. Okay.
Yeah, because I think the whole thing is that like you couldn't delete an account like fully. Like if you delete your account, your name's still in the database.
Yeah, not a true wipe. I remember, didn't that feature cost money if you wanted to truly delete your own account, but it didn't even delete it?
I wonder. I mean, I didn't remember that part. So I was listening to the history of Ashley Madison as well, since you said you wanted that to be one of today's many topics. Uh, while I was building on Minecraft, so like bits and pieces just flee to me, but
No, there was a lot of people that partake in your organization. Um, Doctors, teachers, people.
the,
There was an Australian radio show where they were doing live segments. People would come on and then they'd like all search together to see if their husband's name was on the list. And one lady was having a meltdown live on the radio.
oh yeah, I heard that one. She just like she got pissed and then like mid sentence she left. We have to do that. OPP exposing.
Yeah, we just have to hack some certain websites. What would be a good website to hack? What information do you really want to know about?
Is there any good websites anymore like that we can just pull from?
Not really. I mean, you can fuck with banking websites. You could try fuck with YouTube or Twitch. That's fun.
What would we get out of that though? I
Notoriety.
mean, what
You've
like
heard of
somebody
that
hacked Twitch before and then released like uh financial information and like nobody was surprised.
fucking hacker for GTA 5. He's getting, I thought it was some kind of prison sentence for the leaks and shit. They make life more exciting. You get like early info on shit.
Yeah. I don't know. I I personally don't like when I see like games like that getting leaked. It's not like self-righteous or like staying on the side of the law. It's just more of like it just makes it boring. Because if you leak everything, then you have nothing to be like surprised about.
Excited for? You're
Yeah,
like, oh, I
excited.
already know what's happening.
Oh, that's great, but I already knew about that like 4 months ago. Are you still on Kick?
Yeah.
Get off.
No. Okay.
You're confusing me. We had a viewer leave us. May God rest her soul.
We gotta give ourselves hope that there is someone watching. We gotta act professional. We have
Yeah, it
viewers.
just makes me want to like bring or make it more interesting. Talk faster, or I guess not talk faster. Just make sure that there's constant content, rolling in. But you know,
You
also
know,
champagne is overrated. I don't know. I don't see the appeal. I'd rather be drinking wine right now. But
what does it taste like?
it's just overly sparkly wine. Why do they do this?
You probably bought cheap champagne. All right.
It is cheap champagne
Why would you buy it then? There's like a lot of better cheap shit.
because I have to get cheap. I have to try the cheap alcohol before, like, and I gotta find out if I like it before I get like the good shit. Like if I'm getting tequila for the first time, why would I get a $200 tequila to see if I like it?
Yeah, you
You
gotta
know?
do that. You spend like $1,000 on one bottle.
Okay. Well, like the first time I drank tequila straight may have been under my parents' was it sink cupboard, but the one time that I actually remember it was like a 200 bottle of wine. It was for New Year's Eve or 2 year $200 bottle of tequila. It was New Year's Eve. I don't remember what I said, but I fucked that up.
I don't know what the most expensive bottle I've ever drank was. Nothing that. Probably the shitty Metallica bottle. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the most expensive shit I've tasted.
Yeah.
Uh, Drinking is. It can be fun.
Wait, so I've had the most expensive
Yeah.
bottle of alcohol
Yeah.
out of all of us?
Was it worth the price? Did you personally pay for it?
No, I didn't buy it. Why would I spend $200 on that?
If you have like a hobby, drinking, such as that, you gotta go all in on your hobby. You
Yeah.
gotta really enjoy it.
I mean, it would be nice to get like expensive alcohol that you just have in a cupboard and you save for special occasions. That'd be like peak, but like, I don't got money for that yet. Um, at least not feasibly.
I bought a ski
But
mask recently, and I've been thinking of fun ways to use it. I can tell you
why?
about that off the air.
Okay,
But
interesting.
no, is it like really well? It's not really cold over here, but how's your
It's like
part?
negative 30 something.
It's not
It feels
negative
like.
30. All right, negative 30 isn't
Probably with wind chill.
probably it's not that bad. How is it over on your end? Are you
Yeah,
enjoying
right
it?
now for you guys, it's -30 with wind chill. Yeah, it's not.
Not that bad.
That's not that bad. Yeah, right now we're sitting at 40 degrees
Can we trade
with wind
places?
chill.
I hope a hurricane hits your area.
Why? Just because it's naturally warmer?
Yeah,
I didn't
yeah.
choose to be here, all right?
No,
All right,
you
well, I
chose.
inadvertently kind of did, but I could have went like in Alaska. I could have been there right now, and it
You
would have
should
been
have gone.
colder.
Alaska's fucking. I'm not sure how like much you'd get to explore, but if you're in the right area, it's fucking beautiful.
Dude, I would have loved to go to Alaska. Can you imagine getting like a fucking 4-day weekend, getting a weekend pass or like a pass
What's
in
stopping you?
Alaska? That'd be great.
Stopping
What's
you?
stopping me is it's a completely different location. It's a completely different base, so I'd have to basically just go for another contract for that.
Yeah,
And I'm not doing that.
you could just take like a 5-day leave. Accrue that PTO.
Yeah. Why would I so take leave and go all the way up there?
Yeah. Just walk on base and ask, hey, my information should be coming through. So can you just let me stay? Now I'm here as a transfer. Just make up some shit
I
for
don't even
3
need to
hours.
say anything. Well,
You
maybe
just
yeah,
leave.
just show up there.
Just flash the badge, walk away.
Maybe yeah, I can like bring up some orders. I just confuse them, and then inadvertently just kind of fuck myself because they'd be like, "Oh, this is where you were before. All right, let me call these guys so we can get your paperwork through." And they call them, and they're like, "What the fuck? That this guy's supposed to be here." So I think that kind of creates more holes and
No,
solves issues.
there's technology. Or you can just clone someone's cell number, route their calls to you instead of them, do like a fake voice. Have a pre-recorded message. Too much fucking work just for that, but
Too much work. Just why would I do that to myself?
just to see
Why
if you
can't
could.
why can't I could go to Alaska without having to, work there and
No,
actually enjoy it.
no, you have to work there.
There is no unemployment in Alaska. There are no vacationers.
How often do you think people go on vacation to Alaska of all places?
Not
Um,
many.
Why do you say that?
I I feel like if people are gonna take a vacation, they're gonna want to take a vacation that's in a warmer state, not a cold.
All right, well,
Very
that's your opinion, right? I mean, there's different reasons why people go on vacation. It's not always vacation isn't always, oh, let's go to the beach. You know, we're going to California, or you know,
no,
we're gonna
that's
go to
the
the stench pit of America, any fucking west coastal city.
0.2 million people apparently visit there.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Too generic.
I haven't heard like anything great about the cities, but find a good trail. I've seen too many movies. It just makes the area look nice. I mean, yeah, this time of year, miserable as shit, probably. I don't think it'd be ever fun to live there. Like, it's a 5-day vacation.
Yeah.
Could fly there on our private jet once we get one.
Yeah, that'd be it. You think it'd be harder to obtain the private jet or go on vacation to Alaska?
Um, or like an actual jet kind of jet. Probably just going to Alaska would be easier. Like, I'm
Okay.
curious. So, my town, there's an airport. Well, a really small airfield, I guess.
A municipal airport, yeah.
Yeah. Um, I've been curious if I could just like walk up to, one of the pilots when they're about to fly, or a popular day, just ask one, hey, I'll cover your fuel cost and give you like an extra $300. Can you just take me flying right now? So then we could just steal the plane from him in the air.
See,
You
you're
get
the type of person exactly like why, like if I was said pilot, I would not trust anyone who walks up to me. Hey, would you take me up a couple 100 feet into the air, just you and me by ourselves? You know, I'll pay for your fuel. It's like,
Hey, I said and more. All right, they're gonna
yeah,
get a. They can choose 16%.
or they're gonna get a hand job while they're flying.
No, no, they just get the money. Just take control of the
What if
aircraft.
they say,
agreement would be if you get my hand job.
No,
yeah, what if they said, fuck the fuel, fuck payment, I just want a hand job
no, I'm just gonna
while
fucking
I'm
steal his
flying?
keys. I'm just gonna steal his keys then. I'm just gonna mug him, wait for him to be kind of by himself, and just rush him with a knife.
You wouldn't give someone a hand job to fly on a plane?
No, I'd rather just save up the money and not have to do that.
Yeah,
What
but
about you,
but
Nathan?
there's no other pilot
I'll give him the hand job.
for stealing their plane.
They just give you well, they take you on a flight up in the sky. You can join the Mile High Club. That's the allure, right?
What does that mean?
The Mile High
Mile
Club.
High Club. I don't want to get fucked in the ass by this guy.
It's a club. All
What
right,
do
you
you
just have
mean by
sex
that?
in the sky. It's an unofficial club.
Yeah, you have to have sex in the air, right?
I mean, I guess preferably a mile, uh, a mile high in the sky, but I'm sure you can bend the rules a little bit.
Well, whatever fucking, distance that normal airliners fly at, above ground, and you're fucking, that's the Mile High Club. So what does that mean then? That I have to give this guy a hand job and he has to fuck me in the ass?
Yeah, would you take the deal? You get to go
Why
on a
would I
plane
do that? Why would I do that?
because you want to go on a plane.
I've already been on multiple planes.
This is a different plane.
You want
All right, what kind of plane is it?
Private flight. Private flight. I don't fucking know.
I've
It's
been on multiple different aircraft before. All
you've
right.
seen the aircraft that fly over this town, right?
I've been in that before. That was the first aircraft I was in. Was
No,
like
it's
a
different.
single engine small aircraft.
This one's different.
I actually flew it around a little bit. As in I just like moved the ailerons.
Simulation doesn't count. I play
All
in
right.
the military.
That wasn't simulation. I was over our town and the pilot said that he could, move the yoke a little bit. I did. So, what kind of plane is it?
I don't know. I don't know whatever planes are local to this area. Nothing
I'm
crazy.
just trying to figure out like how this would benefit me. Because so far, I'm just sexually satisfying this guy in two different ways and getting a subpar experience that I've already had.
You gotta be in the sky. I don't fucking know.
You get it.
It's your idea. It's what?
I thought it would be good for you.
This was your scenario. What do you mean you don't know?
You get to experience that well miles and miles up in the air. Like, would you not want to experience that? It's a once in a lifetime opportunity. You have a story for the rest of your life.
You're just repeating.
Adding life experience. Is that what you want to do? Make your lives as interesting as possible.
What
Do you
is
feel like you
this?
made
I
yourself-
feel like you already muddled like past your point, and now you're just kind of coming up with bullshit as you go.
Never. I
Am
wouldn't
I
do that.
am I wrong? All right. All right.
Favorites?
Do you feel like you've done a good job of giving yourself memorable life experiences?
So far, yeah. I mean, yeah, I think so. And then some. What about you?
I mean, there's been, a decent amount, but I don't know. It's always fun to add more, try more shit. Like, I can't do anything exciting at the moment.
Yeah, that's my thing is that like, after this, what then? It's not life isn't going to be I mean, as much as I dread sometimes the fated day of having to increase my adrenaline by like 100%. It's kind of like getting, or I have like a new tolerance of adrenaline now. I need something to fulfill that.
What do you think is more extreme than what you're currently doing? Like, how do you escalate it? What's the next step?
Probably skydiving.
How do you escalate from that?
Skydiving, but without a parachute.
Yeah.
Space. You just keep going higher and higher.
Fall into space or fall into Earth from low orbit.
Yeah.
Would you make
Like
that
the
jump?
like the Red Bull guy.
Yeah. Would you do that?
For OPP? Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't have to be for the podcast, just like in general.
Just for you.
Yeah.
Well, I'd want to film it and use it for something otherwise it's just going to be
No, no filming. You can't record it or take
just for
photos.
me.
Yeah.
Well, then I mean, I can't
No one
can't
else is
really.
gonna be there. There's
No
gonna
one's
be
gonna
no
believe me. No one's gonna believe that I did it.
Yeah, but you can actually do it. So would you take it? Would you do it?
All right, this is a stupid bet, but
It's not a bet. It's just,
well, it's a stupid thing to do if I can't fucking record any memories of it. It's just like, yeah, I did it.
you have
You're
your
telling your
physical.
kids about it, and you're like, oh yeah, he's senile. It's time to take him to the home.
You don't want to
It's
do
like,
that.
yeah,
You don't think it's worth it though. Like just the satisfaction. You secretly know. I did something these people could never fucking do. It doesn't sound like you want to do it, which is
no,
it's
I
fair.
want. I want to
It's
do it. The thing is that I want to do it. You're just not allowing me to record any of it. And then I can't act like I'm better than everyone else, other than internally, without recording it.
I mean, you still can do it externally. It's not like you're forbidden from doing it.
No, I can, but no one's gonna believe me. It's like, okay, buddy. Okay, buddy.
What about you, Molly? Do you jump? Have you seen the video where they're a Red Bull stunt? Well, fucking extreme athlete. He's jumping out of a spacecraft in low orbit of
I
Earth.
have not seen that.
Really big fall.
I can
Falling,
imagine.
falling into Earth. Would you do it?
No,
Why not?
that seems absolutely terrifying, and like I'd be not mentally okay for the rest of my life.
Yeah, but you only have one life to live, right? You can
Yeah.
only you see you're okay with just not experiencing exciting things
Yeah.
with your
With a
life.
really-
You're just gonna live your life just
Um,
living on the line of expectation of society. No interesting stories, nothing to increase your adrenaline a little bit. Yeah, it'll be scary, but it's gonna be really
So you're
fucking
okay
fun.
with doing it for this, but not for the other situation. The guy in the plane with you.
Yeah, but I'm giving that guy a hand job getting fucked in the ass. What am I getting out of that?
By your logic, it's more exciting.
It's not exciting for me. That's just terrifying.
Which is more terrifying for you between these two?
getting
At least At least I'm in control of the first one, jumping. It's just me up there. There's not some old fuck using autopilot and then like going around the seat and fucking me in the ass somehow.
I think it'd be.
What if that is all you had to do to? What if you had to let the person fuck you in order to jump from outer space
No.
into Earth?
No.
No.
What about you? Would you do that?
No.
What if you got to own your own thrift store business, or you get to start up your own business? Would you let someone fuck you in the ass for that?
Maybe. If I have the guarantee of success, then yes, I would. If it was up in the air, then no, probably not.
All right. You have zero dignity. All right.
Thank you. That's so kind of you.
That wasn't an insult. That wasn't supposed to be a compliment. That was just
No, I take it as a compliment, though.
because you feel insulted, which is kind of weird.
What are you looking at?
What about you, Carter?
Earlier, bottles of tequila, the Zafiro and Yeho from Breaking Bad. What was my situation? Do I just get a jump out of the fucking low orbit jump? No strings attached. I can just do it.
Yeah,
I
we'll
like to
start with
say-
no strings attached.
I'd like to say that I would do it. Even if I can't record it. Just get over the fear. No jump is ever going to scare me ever again.
I guess, yeah, you
So
are
how
setting
long-
a higher tolerance.
Yeah, I think it'd be exciting. I'd be regretting it for sure. Getting up there. But just imagine, just one thing goes wrong.
Yeah, I mean, actually, the guy in the video, he was actually he was moving a lot. Like, if you saw, it was he was twisting. Like, he's doing a bunch of 360s at one point.
Yeah.
But eventually, he slowed down. And he was able to stop himself. It was good. A lot of things could go wrong, but you go perfectly well, then, your fear is almost just gone. But what about getting fucked in the ass? Would you?
If
You have to give the guy a hand job and get fucked in the ass to be able to enjoy that experience.
Nah. I'll pass on that one.
All right.
I don't want that. All right, yeah. If it's being given up for free.
Guaranteed success of your own company. You just have
I
to
already have a guaranteed success. All right. I'm on the grind. We're on the hustle.
Yeah, but
It's already guaranteed success.
yeah, but this guy's offering guaranteed success of your own company. All right. It's a realty business.
I don't understand what you
And
mean. This is my company.
he's gonna give you 3 free houses that you can sell to people. If you're a realty business.
I don't want to be
And
a
draw
landlord.
millions of dollars of profit. All right.
Fuck landlord. Fuck realtors.
You said you wanted to do realty at one point.
I mean, I just want. Yeah, I know. I definitely real estate licensing type shit. The job sounds interesting, but like as an actual job itself, I very unnecessary. I
Okay,
think you
so
could do it.
this job sounds interesting. It sounds awesome. Would I actually do it now?
I mean, it sounds like it could be fun, and if you know get good at your shit, it can apparently, according to every finance guru that does this shit, you'll just be a millionaire by the time you're 27. But
Yeah.
I mean, how hard is it? At least from what I understand, you just here's your fucking tour. You can try and be funny with it. I always just think of Always Sunny. I used a line from Always Sunny for my drug dealer today. Remember
Okay.
the move to the suburbs episode?
Yeah.
And losing their fucking minds. So it's like blizzard conditions, -30.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not blizzard, but cold as shit.
Snowing a little.
Yeah. Guy walks up to the vehicle and just it's a hot one today, right?
Well, you said that?
Yeah. It's fun to be awkward with people sometimes. It's a
Okay.
good way to break the ice with them.
If he reciprocated and took off his shirt, started kicking your ass, what would you have done?
Yeah. He's still in school. He would not win.
Would you respect the reference though, because he understood the reference?
He just went full on Dennis mode.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, in the moment, probably very fucking confused, but like, if I give myself like an hour to reminisce, I'd
Yeah.
probably make the connection. How well do you think you do? I know we kind of talked about this. Well, not exactly this, but when we were talking about the cartels and shit, like what role we'd play. I just want to think, what if your life had taken a different turn, Jason, and you're just a drug dealer? Do you think you'd be a good one? Do you think you'd be successful?
I mean, that's like one thing I haven't like looked into a lot, so I personally wouldn't know. I would like to think that depending on what I'm doing, it's could be pretty easy.
Yeah, you can use the drug deal experience to apply for your realtor's license. Just bypass all the fucking exams and licenses you have to get.
I sold, cocaine to the FBI. I was in prison for like 30 years, but, I'm here now.
That'd be pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, what about you? What about you? What role would you fill, and how well do you think you do in said role?
As a drug dealer,
Yeah.
I'd be the best drug dealer the planet has ever seen. Like, all right, I'm not thinking I'm gonna become fucking Scarface, but when it comes to like, being the reliable one, gets you the good stuff. I like to think I'd excel at that job.
Okay.
Just gotta talk to people, advertise, and respond to people. It's not that hard. Just show up on time and don't get got. Don't be stupid.
Yeah. What if it was a cartel? What job would you fulfill in a cartel?
I think I said the same thing when we were talking about it. Is I would be the dealer, you would be my enforcer.
Yeah.
What would I be?
We said you would be the mule.
Are you good at driving?
Me or Molly?
Molly.
I wouldn't say I'm like the best driver ever, but I can drive.
Okay.
That's about it I got.
I mean, if you drive, like a grandmother, but not as much. You got to drive perfectly to obey the law, but like you also got to be like you can't be too perfect, otherwise it's suspicious.
Yeah. You're not committing any traffic violations. It's kind of odd. Let me investigate what's up with you. You're acting
Yeah.
too good. I feel like that's got to be an actual reason that someone's been pulled over before. Or maybe
Yeah.
yeah, you can make up shit
I,
as well.
I mean, it's shit like, Al Capone was caught, because of tax evasion, was it?
Yeah.
And, his whole operation, or I guess all it took was that. So all it can take is like a, you know, brake light or something, and they get out the fucking canine and start sniffing your shit.
Then you
Could you
just drive
handle
on
that pressure?
easily.
Um,
Just don't get pulled over. Right, there's a fair amount of equipment, you can buy. Radar detectors, radar jammers, laser detectors.
What if you
Nothing
do get
really.
pulled over and you just say like I'm fucked?
No. I mean, as long as they don't catch you speeding and you're driving good.
Yeah, but what if you do get pulled over anyway?
What are they? I can argue. All right, I want to argue next time I get pulled over. If I ever get pulled over for not actually doing anything wrong, and I know 100% I wasn't speeding or anything, it'd be fun to argue with them.
Yeah, but then they're gonna get more angry, and then the more angry
Yeah.
a person in power is, the more corrupt they become. And
The
they give you
goal
like
is
a $300 ticket.
the goal is to get them to draw their gun on me while I'm not doing anything violent. All right.
why is that the goal?
Lawsuit, easy money.
You
That's
have
the
a
goal.
camera though.
They
Yeah.
fucking shoot you. And
Just
you
don't,
walk away.
just don't get shot. All right. You have to escalate the situation carefully. You just have to slowly start piss them off more, like throw in insults.
Yeah.
Hope that they take the bait. Start just making fun of them as a person.
Well, like, all right, so you might do something and then like gets them like riled up. They pull their gun, but it could also be like lawfully done that they pull out their weapon, because normally what they do is they pull out lethal force, and then if they have backup, someone within their vicinity, then they'll pull their taser out, non-lethal, because then they have more hands, more capabilities of taking care of you.
That's trash.
So that's normally why you see like some freaking out in a Walmart, like why does the cop have their gun drawn already? Because he's the only law enforcement officer there. It's not a lot. Because if the
That's not
taser fails and then they run straight at you, he's kind of fucked. So
just don't have the taser fail. All right.
yeah. But like the thing is that it's not up to the taser, it's up to the person, because everyone handles being tasered differently.
Just
Like
build a
especially
stronger
if,
taser.
What if they
yeah.
practice tasing themselves?
Yeah, built up a tolerance.
Yeah, but
Then
what does that mean? How would that
they
help
just
if they tase themselves?
they
I
just
mean,
They buy it.
they
yeah,
tase them. What are you talking about? The person getting tased or the police officer?
yeah, the person getting tased, they buy one, they practice by tasing themselves.
They don't even
and
have to. If they're like
Yep.
you hyped up on like testosterone and fucking adrenaline, or like on some sort of insane drug, most of the time tasering doesn't even do anything. Or even if they're just like a fat fuck, just depending on how the electricity disperses. You make a stronger taser, then eventually it just becomes lethal a lethal form of force at that point.
That's one of the good things about living in the Midwest is because the majority of the time it's in winter, you have coats on. So when you do attack a police officer, and if they do have a taser out, you can surprise attack them.
But then they're gonna acknowledge that, and then with their training that they have little to
Training.
none
No
of, they'll pull their gun out.
Do you think you could disarm beat like a standard police officer in fight? Like it's just you and your base. You don't have any extra weapons or anything, but
All right, what do you are base on base? You said
your base form. Base form.
base form. Okay.
You have no enhancements. You have no equipment.
The typical Midwestern police officer, maybe. I mean, I think it would be an even fight. I wouldn't say that I'd be above or like better. But I mean, I've some of them are scrawny, some of them are just fat fucks that really should not be in the force or should fucking go on runs more often. Because you're literally just fucking useless if you can't chase someone or you you're fucking squeezing yourself into your squad car. At least that's my
No,
take on it.
because you can't do any of that, but you're, a police officer, you're a union member, you can't just get fired for your weight. They stick you on only patrol duty. So that's why, like, you get pulled over by a lot of fat fuck cops a lot.
That would be kind of funny. They just so get fat if you just want to be on sit on TikTok all day and pull over random people.
See, this is just giving me material to use.
What do you what are your thoughts on that being your job though? Like your job is to literally create somebody's worst day ever, or just create somebody's bad day.
Like someone's speeding because their grandma just had a fucking stroke and is in the hospital, and you're like speeding to the hospital, and then some fat fuck cop pulls.
Yeah. He pulls up, donut in hand. Not even, not a donut. That's too stereotypical. Just a fucking like a ham sandwich. He's like chewing on that. You're going 32 and a 30. It's like my grandma's in the back. She's about to die. Like, hey, buddy, are you escalating? Pulls out his gun. Finishes his ham sandwich. Shoves that down his gullet the rest of the way. Let me ask you to step out of the vehicle.
There was one former coworker that I met in Iowa at the shitty TV installation company. He had kind of a similar situation. His wife was pregnant, giving birth, and he was speeding, got pulled over. According to him, the trooper is like, "Okay, I'll turn on my lights. You just keep up," supposedly. And they drove like averaging 105 miles per hour for about like 30 minutes just
Yeah.
on the interstate. I mean, if he's telling the truth, that'd be kind of nice.
I mean,
See,
that's
that'd be
happened before.
yeah,
It's not
that's
uncommon. Like if they find like a situation like that, if they're a good person, usually they'll be like, "Yeah, all right, I understand. Let me fucking help you."
no, but you could be the officer. This is like, well, the rules are the
Yeah,
rules. If you're gonna
yeah.
hurt your
And I'm
child,
well
you're
within
gonna.
my right to do that.
This
Rules
is
are the
my.
rules.
You don't break the law here.
This is my road. You see that? It's highway patrol. This is my highway. And you start like going off on this tangent while like your wife's giving birth in the back seat. Like I don't give a fuck. Either give me a ticket or escort me or some shit. Do you think you'd abuse the shit out of that? Like inadvertently cause someone's death just because you think it's funny?
No, I'd be the cop that would lead the way. All right, if I was thrust into this position, like in situations where it's funny to fuck with people without like actual harm.
Yeah.
Like clearly, you pull up on some kids and they're about to start doing some illegal shit, smoking or cause some vandalism, and you just suss them out, make them drive.
Yeah. I think I'd be like the worst police officer in the way that like I would literally just dish out warnings. Like I think that'd be like a fun like job like to do for like a year. Just like put all that work into like being a police officer and then
What if
like
you come across the
don't
one person?
arrest anyone, don't like have any like violations or anything.
What if you come across an Amber Alert child abduction?
All right, well
You
then
just,
they're just
you
gonna be
got
dead on the cement. I'm gonna fabricate the story.
yeah, we have body cam. All right, how you gonna explain that?
Body cam off. Sir, my body cam malfunctioned. I thought I turned it on, but it was off. That's that's why I said fabrication.
You think you could tell? You think you could successfully pull off a lie like that? Schemer would.
Depends on what kind of police precinct you're in.
A lie as in like child abduction.
No, like if you killed them and you have to lie to your superiors.
I mean, most cases you probably don't even have to lie to your superiors. They're just gonna back you, like, yeah, well, you're one of us, and they just back you, and they're like, we investigated ourselves and we found nothing wrong. I feel like depending on the precinct you're in, it would be pretty easy. But
I think it'd be fun, you know, if you want to just like chase people speeding a lot. Georgia State Patrol, you know, they go on chases. They chase them down no matter what.
yeah, something
They're
about boring rules like, they're too fast or like if the chase goes on for too long, it's a public threat. But like, you gotta join the ones that are like, this is fucking Grand Theft Auto, all right?
I'm the cops. They're the robbers.
Yeah,
Let's get this shit done.
exactly. I think that would be the height of it. But I mean, most of the part that people just gloss over, like if they're really glamorizing a job in the law enforcement field, is it's a lot of fucking writing shit down, a lot of documents, and
Yeah.
if you're
And that's
really truly good, and you're trying to be like within, you're trying to be a lawful officer, right? There's a lot of reading and a lot of updating you got to do. Like, is this law up to date? Are you remembering this correctly?
this training sounds like it's optional. I don't think this is mandated.
I mean, for
Even fucking
for
judges, there
modern,
was a I found where this guy was going to court because he was what's the word, public disturbance to police officers while they were doing another crime scene, yada yada. Got arrested for it and was just fighting with a judge. She was saying that yeah, you can't just represent yourself. I have to determine if you're able to represent yourself. But like nowhere in the Arizona state constitution.
Have you seen the video of the guy jumping into the judges?
Yeah, yeah.
all right, that's actually on today's topics is the tackling judge video.
I feel like
Yeah.
we talked about this last week, but
We did? I don't
feel like we
remember
did.
it.
I feel like
No,
we did.
we definitely did not.
Feel like we did.
Maybe we did.
Everyone's seen it. A guy just tackled a judge because, you know, he said that he's reformed, he's nonviolent, it won't happen again. She told him, I don't believe so, and then she got tackled for it.
So she was right.
No, he just wanted to give her a hug, alright? He was very
Yeah.
grateful.
I saw that one too.
Her merciful.
I'm very sorry about this case. I would like to give you a hug in response. Did so what was he originally locked up for? Does anyone know that?
The guy that I was talking about?
The, the guy who was
no,
tackling the judge.
like domestic assault or assault. I think.
Oh. That sounds right.
Okay, we'll just whatever. I guess it's not that important, but like I was just kind of curious. Whatever. She said no. He wanted her to say yes. And therefore wanted to display his dominance. The next time you'll say yes to me, bitch. And then yeah, did you see him the next video? He was just fucking like they just started going like it was like what is it? Not a misdemeanor, but a felony, yeah. Felony after felony, and then of what happened.
How long do you think he's going to be locked up for?
I don't know, but it's gonna be a hell of a lot longer than what he was originally locked up for. And I don't know what he was planning to get out of that.
You know, just in the moment, you know.
Short-term rage. And have you ever like had that where like in the moment you're like you can't resist yourself and you just end up kicking, beating the shit out of the person right in front of you?
Have you?
What's that?
Have you?
Of course.
Who'd you beat up?
Yours truly. I beat the shit out of Carter. He's just afraid to admit it.
I don't think you would. If you did, you'd get up to, and then if you attack the judge afterward, you get only up to 19 months to 4 years in prison. That's it.
If what?
if you did assault me, and then assault the judge afterward.
Yeah, but you'd be a
Like,
pussy to go to court, right? Like if
go to
somebody
where?
assaulted you and you lost the fight and you took them to court.
I'll just attack you at the courtroom.
Yeah. You like a pussy. Like a fucking nerd, all right? You want physical confrontation in return. Like a day or two later, so then I can take you to court.
Which reminds me of a show. I'm not sure, or actors. They made up court cases, like pretend suing each other just to get on fucking Judge Judy.
Yeah.
Just make that up.
Yeah.
Have you seen the photo? I'll send it. His most recent court appearance. How they have him restrained and then in a mask.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to. Fucking dude.
See, I kind of have a mask almost like it. I mean, it covers my face a bit more, but it's nice. I do appreciate the fact that my company pays for my gear. You know, definite points for that. Imagine if for your job, Jason, like you're about to shoot some rifles, you have to put a down payment down. It'll be your white rifle, but you have to pay for it.
Wait, I have to pay for my own rifle?
Yeah, you have to
I
pay for
already
your own.
technically did.
No, you have to repay. They need money right now.
What do you mean by that? I have to.
In order to use your rifle for training and when you're supposed to use it, you have to give them however much that rifle normally goes for before you can start, actively partaking.
I mean, obviously that would be bullshit, right?
No, it's fair.
You have to give them the money that they're paying you just to do what they need you to do.
Yeah. I mean, Molly, you have to drive your vehicle to the bank to deposit certain stuff at times, right?
I don't.
Do they reimburse the person who does it?
No.
Okay. See, it's not as bad, but like.
So what was your point there with having to pay for a weapon that they told me to shoot?
Did you have?
I feel like I did. I don't remember what it was, but
I mean, because I already technically paid for it with my tax dollars, right? So
no, yeah, like I said, you have to pay for it again. Would you still have joined if that was like written in? That's a clause for them.
I mean, no, obviously, and no one would join at that point.
There would still be some people like diehard rich military families.
Rich, yeah, mostly the rich. It would completely like lopside because most of the time it's poor people joining, and that's how they.
That's how we end war. We make that a requirement. No one
The
signs
rich
up.
joins.
Yeah, if we make it a global requirement, there's not going to be enough people for any standing armies.
You know what's gonna happen is we're not
There's
gonna
no
end.
army.
We're not gonna end war.
No, we will.
We're just gonna create more adversaries. Like, look, they're weak now. You
Yeah,
know.
but they only have 5 guys as well, and they're just the sons of wealthy people.
So,
wealthy
so the
people
same
will get
as
the
like
money.
so any terrorist or organized, group of people, they have to have the same rules.
No, terrorism is just gone. There's no reason for it anymore. Political motivation.
No,
and
it's
ideological
mostly religious motivation, but it's almost a definition of terrorism is religious.
I thought the definition was political.
It's political or religious.
All right, you're just backtracking on what you just said.
No, I said it's almost a definition, so I didn't.
Sounds like backtracking.
All right, I don't like this. I don't like Oxford. Fuck you. I remember a big part of it was religious, but they changed it to political.
You can't say religious anymore.
They changed it to political.
Remember hearing something. I'll type it up in a moment, see if I can't find it. But um, there's something like a statement from Osama bin Laden as to why he committed 9/11. A portion of it, I don't remember how much.
I guess most of it, yeah.
Mentioning your economic values as a country. I don't want your way of life to ever reach me.
Yeah. What is it? All right, dictionary.com. The unlawful use of violence or threats to intimidate or coerce a civilian population or government with the goal of furthering political, social, or ideological objectives. Yeah. I guess I was wrong. I mean, I guess a chunk of it, a big chunk of it is religious, obviously, but most of it seems to be political.
TikTok removed the letter. What? The sudden renewed interest in bin Laden's letter among Gen Zers is not especially alarming, says a Northeastern media expert. What the fuck? November 2023. I've been on the wrong side of TikTok. I never got this. I never saw it.
Weird. Sometimes I'll get like North Korean like propaganda, and it's interesting.
You're on an interesting side.
That was like a couple months back. But
I'll randomly get clips of the animated Bratz movies in Spanish on my TikTok.
that sounds amazing. You can start learning Spanish that way.
Yeah.
And you can say you can learn Spanish by watching Bratz.
Yeah, that'd be pretty good.
What a great way to learn a different language.
I know it wasn't on TikTok, but you remember those military Discord leaks, right?
Yeah.
I'm waiting for that to happen on TikTok. I'm sure it already has for some things, but
yeah,
it'll be a good day. Like the most, I don't know what you want to call it, illegal, I guess, activity I've ever seen is just shit that goes against the terms of service, like violence or like people just posting straight up drug recipes, how to make crystal meth. I fucking saved I took screenshots of it, saved it to my phone in case they removed it. I should check at some point if they, banned that guy's channel. But
they probably did.
See, that's
for posting the crystal meth recipe?
Yeah.
It's just a recipe,
Yeah, this is all hypothetical. This is all hypothetical.
Hypothetically, if you were to make it, I'm not endorsing anyone making this product, but hypothetically, if you would. All right, I'm switching this over to podcast now. There's no viewers. Thanks, guys, for not watching my shit. I'm reporting Opinion Planet podcast for self-harm.
Are you gonna self-harm?
Yep.
Hell yeah. How are you gonna self-harm? So how are you gonna do it?
What is that? That question? Like, how are you gonna kill yourself? It's like bullet wound to the head.
No, I don't want to know how you're gonna kill yourself. Or I want to know how you're gonna harm yourself.
How would I harm myself? Why would I do that?
No, you don't ask that question. The only question you're asking is what's the best way to do it.
What method are you gonna use?
Yeah, what's my S-tier method?
All right. What I heard in middle school was taking a hot shower. There's not a lot of marks. Maybe there might be some redness of the skin, but that's temporary.
Let's take a hot shower. People do that for fun. All right, that's not.
Yeah, like a hot shower though, like a boiling hot shower. Yeah. Turn up your boiler and then turn on your shower to hot. All right.
Sauna when I shower.
People do that for fun. All right, you're just gonna build a tolerance. Like your best case scenario is you do it the first time, and you have like no heat tolerance and you burn yourself badly. But like give it like 4 or 5 days. Your skin it'll be like shit, but your pain tolerance, you'll get used to it.
True. I feel like either I'm experiencing that, or my shower has gotten significantly like colder. But no, I see that. All right. If I'm not allowed to like apparently turn up the heat, according to you. Um, I don't know, because you'd want to do it without leaving any physical marks, right?
I mean, you
I feel like this
can.
is like a fucking emo podcast at this point. You're advocating for people fucking hurting themselves, and then, this is how you do it without leaving marks.
Well, you're the one that's talking about without leaving marks.
Well, I mean,
Hot water.
that's how I would do it, right? Why would you want to fucking parade around your fucking, cuts or some shit,
The hot water method, it kind of works. I mean, if you get it actually boiling, I mean, it'll leave a mark, but like it works.
Yeah, like, why is your skin red? Like, I took a hot shower. I guess it was hotter than usual. I don't know.
You just have
Some.
to install a boiling hot shower.
Yeah. Why is your skin peeling? I guess a sunburn or something, Yeah, you could say something like that. What? I don't know. What would you say?
I think that's a really fucking awful way to try and hurt yourself, taking a literal boiling hot shower.
All right. Well, you're hurting yourself though. Would that not hurt?
Yeah. That's a very extreme. That's like borderline suicidal. I don't.
All right. What about you? What would you do? It doesn't. I mean, it could leave a mark if you want. It's just like depending on, what would be your like go-to method?
To have like a really strong
Yeah.
wooden
You
board.
have to hurt yourself right now, and then you have to like go into work, the next day, or, you know.
I think like a straight stab. I mean, no, not like a vital spot, but like just a good poke. Not too deep. You don't want to kill yourself, but
Yeah, but
yeah,
all right,
a
you're
quick
you're
thing.
gonna go into work, and then the conservatards you work with are gonna be like, all right, what happened there, buddy?
I'm in the fucking Midwest. None of them are other.
The rural Midwest. All right, keep that in mind. It's a completely different tier.
Or
Southern.
these people are all from the city, bigger cities at least.
All right, I don't care. All right, your conservatard coworkers, they're gonna ask.
What would I say to them?
Yeah.
It's a fucking hot one. It's a hot one today.
Yeah, it is.
I don't know. What,
All right. Yeah.
you can just talk about it. I had a pretty eventful weekend.
Once again, we're not advocating for anything here. We're just
Why do you have to reiterate
so
that?
you
That takes
just
the fun out of it.
I'm reiterating it because I see there is possibly another person watching. So
I don't.
fuck
Probably
you. Let me have hope. All right.
They're
If they prove their
conservatard.
existence, then that's all I need.
They're probably a conservatard. All right. They don't care.
All right, they're not a conservatard because they're staying. They're still here. So
It could be. It's fun. Like, isn't that what the opposition does? They just listen to the most, echo shell fucking
all right.
podcast.
I know for sure it's not a conservatard because there's a picture of someone in a military uniform making out with a dog. All right, and that's very that's very anti-military. All right. So okay, what kind of dialogue would you have though? What would you talk about?
with
How would you justify it? Would you like say, "Oh, my wife stabbed me"?
No, I think it'd be fun just to be, yeah, for fun, just kind of stab myself. You just have to straight face it.
I
But if
guess,
I
yeah.
had to give like a fake excuse, um, I can't think of any funny ones. Probably just something stupid.
I guess all right. I guess the next question would be, why am I hurting myself? Am I trying to like get something out of it, or like am I just doing it just because of the bet?
Viewers for Opinion Planet podcast.
Yeah. You know what? Our only viewer. How would you hurt yourself? Yeah.
I think they left.
No, they probably did at this point for sure. But Kick is notoriously slow for updating their viewer count. But if you're still with us, if you're still among us.
I was looking at Twitch's end.
Oh, No, I'm talking.
Did say
I'm talking about Kick.
I think we had a viewer on Twitch as well. Damn. Maybe, unless you popped out of the tab, because it said there was 2 people, but now there's just 1.
Okay, well, let's stop talking about our viewers because no viewer wants to listen about the viewers.
Is it my turn to answer the question?
Yeah, how would you do it, and why would you do it that way?
Well, back in high school, I would scratch so much that my skin like would peel off.
Okay, but would people ask questions though?
Probably not. I mean,
Okay.
there was a few people be like, "Hey, what's that from?" And I'd be like, "Oh, it just I was really itchy, and then I couldn't stop itching, and then skin broke open."
I would just
So
immediately go to like, okay, so you consume crystal meth.
yeah.
You should ask that to your coworker that tried to off himself.
Wait, which one? Oh shit!
Which
Yeah, I
one?
forgot. Don't worry about it. Um,
How is the mental health at your workplace? Do you think your people are mentally well and sound?
it depends on who's above us. All right, depends on who's like in
What does that mean?
charge.
What does that mean?
Like if you have someone who's like, a good leader and they make sure to take care of the people, obviously people are going to be, all right, they're going to be mentally fine. If somebody's like very micromanaging and they're doing a lot of things just for the good of themselves, then they're not going to get they're not going to be like in the best of mental fortitude. But
Do you have people like that? Or are you kind of lucky?
no, I mean, all right. So that's within the close leadership, I think it's pretty good. I'm happy with what I have. Within like the people more further above us, I really don't care. They're very micromanaging. Um, they're helping me for the pursuit of what I want, so I personally don't care. But for the benefit of others, I don't think it's doing them too well. So I would think that a change in leadership in that regard would be beneficial to more people than one, not including myself. Again, like I don't think it really personally affects me that much, but for the sake of others. But yeah, I think it's changing out within 2 months anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Fair enough.
I don't think it's to the extent where people are going to hurt themselves or off themselves because of it, because they're, again, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. All right. I mean, I've heard a lot of bad stories, but
You haven't personally seen it or experienced it yet.
yeah, I guess not yet. No, I haven't.
What about you, Molly? It's been like the worst day at work. Or I guess, how's the mental health of your coworkers? Has there been like really bad days? You're just yelling at each other.
I mean, there was a time one of my coworkers almost yelled at a customer because they donated bad things.
What did they? Okay, well, what are the bad things? You're leaving the good part of the story out.
They donated a bag that had a bunch of like stained clothing, which, mind you, we do get paid for bad clothing. But she was just gonna yell at this person that brought it in because it was bad.
Why?
I don't know the reason.
I feel like for stained clothing, you could get a discount, but people could like use it still.
No, it's her store. Right? It doesn't meet her criteria.
This does not meet my criteria. Get the fuck out of here. All right, fuck. Well, let me just throw this shit away then.
That'd be kind of funny.
People could be, people could be wasteful, or people could donate, and then people could use. It could still be used as like rags or like, multitude of other things. It's still a fabric.
Imagine you do that. All right, you're going to a thrift store to donate a bunch of shit you never use, and the thrift store lady is just fucking disgusting.
I'd say fuck you. I'm gonna go to your every thrift store's adversary, Goodwill. Then, and then they're gonna take my box of bullshit. No questions asked.
They also like look at what's in people's vehicles before taking anything in, and they will say straight to their faces like, your stuff's too bad, we can't take it.
Okay.
That
Well,
would really-
I feel like a tiny little fucking non-profitable thrift store doesn't really have a lot on what people are bringing in.
We aren't supposed to do that. We're supposed to just take pretty much everything except for
Well, then why do they do that then?
because they don't want the back to be messy. It's got to be clean and spotless at all times.
All right, where you're the assistant to the regional manager, so you could help. You know, you could be like, "No, we'll take it."
See, I'm never in the back though when they're doing it.
You can still yell at them later for it.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck are you doing? You're driving our customers away. Just because of that bad experience, the population of 5 people in this town, they're gonna post that on like Facebook, you know, their town's Facebook page. They're gonna be like, "Fucking, well, I just had a bad experience," you know.
You
Not
can't do
buying
that.
from this place again. 2 out of 5 stars. You know.
I told you about the dresser lady, right? Yeah. The
Yeah, I
one that
believe so.
court.
That one was just sad. Did she ever get a dresser?
Yeah, she literally came in the next day with someone to help her.
Okay.
No, and then she did end up she shopped in the store after that, and I haven't seen her since then, but she spent more money on stuff.
I think. I mean, people like that, they just hype things up more than they need to.
Like the second I told her, for anyone listening, at the thrift store I work out, if you buy furniture, you can we can hold it for you for a week, but if you don't come to pick it up within that week, then it is back for sale, but we give you a piece of paper to sign before any transaction is made, so you're aware of the fact that we are doing that. And we do this because we've had way too many people in the past buy furniture and don't come back for months. And when they finally do come back, they're like, "Oh, do you still have that like dresser I bought like 3 months ago?" And it's like, "Yeah, it's been sitting in the back all this time because, you know, you never came back." But no, so we started doing that. She signed the slip of paper. She had 1 week. She called the store asking if she could get her money back. I said, no, we are not allowed to give any money back. And then she just went off on, do I need to bring you to court? I'm an 80-year-old woman. Do I need to bring you to court?
Like, no, because the court case would subside by the time you're dead.
No, and then, because we also are able to sometimes do, like, store credit things, which I didn't even, like, think of after she started yelling about bringing us to court. I was just like, what? But, no, and then I offered to ask a different employee that works for the main company, to bring it to her. And she was like, no, I don't believe that he will. I doubt he'd be able to. So I tried helping her out with it. And then she just kind of hung up. But yeah, she came back in the next day, got it, bought more things, and was just kind of complaining to me as I was like ringing up her sale about it. Customers also have the option to not even pay for it, and we will hold an item for a certain period of time. So, you know, if you aren't sure you can take it, just ask if you can hold it for like a few days to see if you can figure out a way to get it home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like your thrift store was pretty fair about that situation. I mean, it is probably sad that they couldn't find anyone right away, but I mean, again, obviously they did have someone.
Tell them that when you place an order, right at the very end, you snooze, you lose when it comes to this. No
Yeah.
exceptions.
Snooze, you lose. First come, first serve.
Do you
Early
think
bird
you'd
gets the worm.
be the kind of manager that, like, when a customer threatens you with a lawsuit, we have a team of retainers on hand just for people like you. I can't say I've ever had the joy of being threatened with a lawsuit during my time in a company.
I would love that. It's not me that's getting sued. So why
Maybe
would I
they'll
give?
sue
Why
you
would I give a shit?
when you're going to Applebee's and you try the military discount and they don't believe you and they say they're going to sue you for trying to.
Snake.
No, I say that I'm going to sue them. Now I'm the
Stolen valor,
perpetrator,
or
and it's
stolen
interesting.
fucking valor. I guess
Yeah.
I'm doing stolen valor. I have camo on right now.
Yeah, I'm wearing a whole ass military uniform. Even
I'm
though it's
wearing a-
frowned upon to do that. What's that?
I'm wearing a shirt that says cunt.
Nice. Everyone would believe that you're in the military then.
Exactly.
All right. Yeah,
Middle
we're halfway through. Or I guess we're just an hour and a half in, so we should probably fucking go to our advertisements. And I need to take a piss anyway. So
Let's do the Southern Man. I want to hear the Southern Man.
yeah, it's Southern Man time. It's time for a unique advertisement that actually a viewer came up with the idea for. Or it wasn't a viewer, it was someone that actually came on twice. It was Tracy. He came up with this like a couple months back, and then we kind of just like kept joking about it, and it turned into something that I just quickly wrote up in an hour. So enjoy the show. We'll be back.
We'll be back with the Golden Globes.
Golden Globes.
You've seen the clips. You know what we're going to talk about.
Amadeus Planet.
What did you step in? Was that dog shit? You asked your son to take out your dog 5 minutes ago. You check on him to see what's going on. He's mid-match in the hit new game Fortnite Battle Royale. Do you A, ask him what's going on? B, start talking about how he hurts your feelings when he doesn't listen to you? Or C, beat the shit out of him so his brain permanently makes connections associating your physical attacks to him disobeying your orders? Studies have shown that. Fuck that! Studies, statistics, sources? Did your elders in the past use science to keep you in order? Of course not. Look at you now, succumbing to the dominance of the very system your parents beat you to stay in line under. The only problems in your way were the imprints physical confrontations left after a night of beatings. Risking ratting out your superiors, you opt to settle for the tripping down the flight of stairs defense. But today, that doesn't work out too well. Society is too soft for proper parenting. With the dissolvable belt, days of imprints and evidence is in the past. With the same concept of eggshells. It's designed to survive compression but crumble after a swift force is applied. Next time your kid's refusing to take out the trash, without a word, retrieve the dissolvable belt from your side table and whip that sumbitch to oblivion. Now it can easily be swept up by your little rebel while you continue shitting your pants while watching MASH. The energy is transferred through the belt or something like that. That reduces the marks they leave behind. Whatever. Fuck science. Buy our shit. This belt is not to be used for abusive confrontation, holding together objects, or to be worn. This item is sold merely as a novelty product, but still works to its fullest capacity as mentioned above. And now we return to our house. right. We've returned.
We've returned already.
Yeah, already.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I guess we're going to the Golden Globes.
We're
We
going
have
to
to
Las
talk
Vegas.
about the Golden Globes.
Everyone's seen it. You know, the very funny comedian. I thought his jokes were on point. Um, yeah, I thought it was like a really good show. It's probably the favorite one I've seen in ever.
I haven't seen this.
No, he just does a real shit job. Like I haven't seen a good clip of him at the show. Um, the one that like everyone's quoting him on, or at least the only one that stuck to my mind, is he was talking about Barbenheimer. Kinda, both of them.
Okay. I saw okay, I know what you're talking about. It's that guy I saw a clip where it's like no laughter. Is that
Yeah.
so was that like an edited clip or were people
I'm
actually laughing at it?
Actual audience laughed. A lot of. I think there was like a laugh track maybe in the background.
Okay, yeah, because I was watching it and I didn't find any of it funny. I just thought it was very fitting that there was no laughing at all.
It is pretty funny.
I think my favorite clip I've seen of him was the all the jokes that I came up with are the ones you're laughing at.
He
What
said
it's
something about your role model, Molly.
Yeah, the Taylor Swift joke.
what
Want to
was
see
his
that?
name? Who is this guy?
Joe Coy.
Joe Coy? Alright. Joe Coy Golden Globes. They didn't even say like comedy, they just say monologue. That's nice.
The big difference between the Golden Globes and the NFL, at the Golden Globes, we have fewer camera shots of Taylor Swift.
The only comedic thing about that was the shot to Taylor Swift right after. Because it's like, oh, we don't have as many of those, and then immediately just goes to her.
Alright.
See, this is a failed approach. I know that, like, I've seen some more. I mean, maybe it's got to be a like inside job. Wasn't it just fucking last year or 2 years ago? We had the Will Smith slap.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
it's got to be fucking staged.
It's gotta be some sort of like inside some advertisement just to get them viewership. Cillian Murphy got an award?
Talking about him because of.
Yeah, it's just a boost in his career. He paid the money.
A lot of people are like, I didn't know who this was before tonight, but he sucks. And it's just like you're giving him attention. That is probably what his goal was, to gain attention.
We could work ourselves up. You know that restaurant that replaced the cafe in our town?
Good. I'm glad Cillian Murphy got an award. What was that? The restaurant? Yeah.
Yeah, the restaurant that replaced the cafe. They cleared out the building to the left of it, and apparently they're going to expand the restaurant and include a comedy show area, something along those lines.
I mean, they've already
Oh
had
shit.
comedy nights there.
Yeah, so they're just making more room for it.
Yeah.
I mean,
Alright.
I want to go. That'd be.
This is definitely something I'm doing on leave now. Now that I'm thinking of that. I didn't even know. That's perfect.
Whenever it
Because
comes
I
out.
I love seeing people bomb at comedy. Like I'm a piece of shit for this, but I love seeing people bomb at comedy nights
It's funny.
at the when I went to college briefly, you know. I'd go to these like open stage nights and it would just be horrible. Very, very generic, this guy talking about his YouTube channel that he had break period, and this other lady talking about like, oh well, I'm a strong female when I want to, but sometimes I bring out that old, damsel in distress. I don't know how to,
I think
level a painting.
I think we could be very good hecklers, all right? Because wouldn't it be funny just in the middle of them doing their shitty set, you interrupt? That is so funny.
I
Oh,
would do that. That'd be horrible. That'd be perfect because
Just be known as the heckler as soon as
so
people
like
fucking.
we heckle and then we go on and we just like have a worse act than they do.
We just reenact Danger Zone.
Yeah, we could do that. We could do that again.
I don't know if they have like open mic
They fucking better.
comedy nights.
Fucking better. That'd be perfect.
What do you
I'd
mean
love
they
it.
don't have open night? I'm sure everyone who applies gets in, right? It's not like they have fucking Bill Burr coming to, that little fucking town.
No, there's this one duo thing, dueling pianos. They get them sometimes, and other like comedy acts.
Okay, this sounds interesting.
I don't know if they actually have just.
Is it like a free venue you go to? You just got to pay for the alcohol?
No, I went to one of the dueling piano nights they had there, and you had to like actually buy a ticket to attend the show.
How much was it?
I don't know. My sister bought it for me.
All right.
Um,
How much do you think is worth?
how much? $10, maybe 12.
Yikes.
It's a fair assessment. I'd say about there. I mean, if it was like $20, that'd be outrageous. For fucking, especially for how small it is. But that's good. That's actually like something that town needs because it's so fucking boring otherwise.
I did get to go on stage though for that show. They had like audience interaction.
You went on stage?
Yeah.
Okay, well, most of that is because you're female, but
No, it was a contest as to who could hold the note the longest, and we were divided up by sides, and the longest people on each side had to go up on stage and compete against each other.
all right. Well, did you win?
It was literally a tie. We stopped at the exact same time. Like
Right.
no to do because they didn't experience that before.
So you have seconds, you have milliseconds, you have nanoseconds. It wasn't really a tie. They were just lazy.
I got a free shirt.
That's good. I mean, at least you got like a free shirt out of it. Some sort of participation award.
So yeah, if they do have an open mic comedy night, you already have some practice. Would you? I mean, I would sign you up, even if take you there, say I'll buy you some alcohol, and then they read off your name. How well do you think you'd do?
Let's go. Oh my god, I don't know. I'd probably just like start off. Yeah, just like a big percentage of the U.S. population believes that chocolate milk comes from brown cows. Isn't that crazy?
Steals other people's jokes. Isn't that a George Carlin joke?
Is that what?
A George Carlin joke? Didn't he talk about that? Are you stealing someone else's comedy piece?
Wait, George Carlin did he actually talk about that?
I feel like I heard this from you. Like that was one of his bits that he talked about.
I told you. Okay, so I actually like have a folder inside my phone, like notes of like comedy bits, and they're all horrible, but that was one of them, and I told you like years ago. I think you're remembering that.
Yeah.
But surprising. It's surprising that you remember who George Carlin is. He's a
dead
revolutionary comedian.
That's all.
Revolutionary. All right. You should listen to some of his bits. Like a lot of it is like real.
I've seen the TikTok clips. All right. I've seen what I needed to see.
All right, that's cringe. Stop. Listen to an actual fucking show.
I have.
It's the art of comedy. All right, just the way the shows are set up.
A full-length show? A lot. All right, I've tried like 2 different ones, not that many, but they were both fucking boring. I just couldn't get into it. I probably just chose bad comedians, but.
All right, which ones did you watch?
It seems so boring if you are just watching it on a screen.
I mean, if they're funny, I can still laugh. I mean, obviously,
I can see where you're going to. I appreciate the art and I appreciate I think it's funny. I can actually enjoy, like, I don't need a fucking Subway Surfers under the comedian on stage. Excuse me, all right?
Me?
Both of you.
I don't need the Subway Surfers either. I have
You said you
actual
watched it
attention.
on TikTok. All right.
I've seen clips, and I've also tried to watch 2 comedy specials. They were just fucking boring. Like I said, I probably chose bad comics.
Which comics did you listen to though?
One of Dave Chappelle's fucking things. I don't remember what it was called.
Who's Dave Chappelle again?
Jesus fucking Christ. It's a
Yeah,
bit.
I remember who he is. I know who he is. I listened to one of his. It's his. He's good.
No,
He's not one of my favorites, but he's not that bad.
I think it just wasn't funny.
I think you're
What
just
about you,
racist.
Molly? That's not true at all. Molly, we signed you up for a comedy show. How do you think you're doing on stage?
I think I'm gonna do so bad that people are gonna laugh at that.
We'll get laughter. That's good.
Exactly. I would absolutely suck at it. I'm not good at jokes. I'm not quick on my feet at thinking either, so I'd just be standing up there probably for like a while and just like
Actually, all right, I got one. I pulled up my old folder here. If a YouTube ad starts sounding convincing, just remember all of the successful people that can relate their success from a YouTube ad.
so
Isn't that hilarious?
Here, give me 5 seconds to express how much laughter I'm feeling from
Are you
that.
going on Chat
Where is it?
GPT?
Where is it?
Thank you. Thank you. Here's another one. Do you think when a pedophile gets an Amber Alert, they try and find the vehicle, and it's basically a game of capture the flag?
Which of your coworkers said that?
I won.
This is like the last time I updated it was in 2022. Just letting you know, it was 2 years ago, January.
That was unfunny, you. Yeah. Are you a funny man? Do you think so? Do you think are you the humorous one amongst your colleagues, or are you like the anti-humor one?
No,
You're
I
like
think all right.
you're the
So I
dead
think
one.
I think I'm not the funny one because I tend to stay more quiet than I am talkative. Um, and I think just in general, I'm not as humorous just because what they say is not intentionally funny, but it's funny to me. Either it's so stupid or it's just like so racist or so like dehumanizing that it just becomes comedic. So
Are they trying to like make jokes, or is it just like casual conversation?
some of it is just casual conversation, but like obviously, sometimes when they're intentionally trying to be funny, they're funny. As fucked up as it is or ends up being. But I mean, sometimes it's just casual conversation where like they're just talking about like, I think you're a good enough parent that you're not going to make your kid gay. You know, it's weird that that's just like a full on belief in the office that like everyone, with an exception of like one liberal from California in the office, like believes that like
Even
if
Tracy?
you're a good enough parent, your kid won't be gay. You know,
Even Tracy? Does he believe that?
That's a good question. If we got him on right now, then like we'd be able to answer that right away. But I don't know. I don't know his stance on that because he's in a weird like limbo of like conservatard and libtard. I can't really figure him out, kind of thing. Like I don't know if he's like putting up an act like I am, or if he like I don't know because he's from like rural Idaho, so that's like kind of like a toss up.
Yeah. It's a good way to like fuck with someone, like subtly insult them if they aren't doing it like as a bit. Like,
Yeah.
is your whole, are all your beliefs, are you just doing this as a bit, to like kind of fit in?
Yeah.
They'll either like, all right, yeah, you got me, or get really defensive. Like, no, what do you mean? Why would you say that? What about my
Yeah.
beliefs? Like a bit to you? They are very real to me.
Do you think you're the funniest person? Who's the funniest person in this group here? Let's start some controversy.
Molly unintentionally sometimes. Like she's the kid that said it, but you're the kid that repeated it louder.
You just did that.
Okay.
See, it was
okay.
funny. I mean, that was unintentional though on Molly's end. It wasn't
Yeah.
coordinated.
I like to do that sometimes. Plant something and then somebody says it, and it's just.
So you're just the gaslighter of the group. That's you.
No, I'm not.
Yeah. All right.
All right.
To be honest, I really think I am the funny one. I'm the glue that holds us together.
I don't know.
I'm the funny one and the group leader. All right, that's what I claim.
All right.
Jake.
Well, I mean, you're fitting the role of Dutch Vanderlyn, but
Has Molly ever made you laugh, Jason? No. All right.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think she has.
Goddamn. That didn't sound very convincing. What's the funniest thing Molly has ever said?
Don't do this.
Molly, what's the funniest thing Jason has ever said? All time peak comedy.
Don't say the basketball thing because that's not funny.
Well, now that you mentioned the basketball thing, you gotta talk about that.
No, we don't.
Don't talk about the Santa thing because that's not funny either.
Oh. That's fucking.
It genuinely was.
My-
fun, though.
I think the humor at the time was like, it's so bad it's funny. Like this should not be funny because it's so fucking stupid.
I don't know. Was the basketball one humorous?
I think
the time you slammed your hands down on a chair and just went nay, with just like dead staring me in the eyes.
I don't remember this. I think that makes it more funny. All right. I'm the wild card. I think that can be funny.
Yeah.
What was?
Jason's the wild card. What are you then, Molly?
What am I?
Yeah.
The unfunny one that just laughs at the jokes.
Supporting cast.
Because clearly I don't make people laugh.
I feel like you've made me laugh. You're funny. You're a funny woman. Here.
God. Harris, get out of my goddamn closet.
Cats are fun.
I think you have the opportunity to be funny. Yeah, you've definitely made me laugh before. I just
You just can't remember.
yeah, fail to retrieve that memory.
So yeah, I'm excited for the comedy club. I'm hoping it's it is what I'm hoping it is. That's.
Ow. Get down.
All right, how about this? Is this pretty based for me having this in here? Everyone cover your ears. Do it.
Okay.
If you covered your ears, you're retarded. That's what it's.
I didn't cover my
To
ears.
be fair,
Oh, yeah.
to be
I'm
fair,
sorry.
I was quoting my presumably 2018 self. This is some old jokes. These aren't even funny.
No, they're funny. I was laughing.
These types of guys have a pull-out game similar to their girlfriend's credit card pull-out game. It doesn't exist.
I'm very confused.
All right, how are you confused by that?
What about the joke do you not understand?
No.
We're here for a good time, not a long time. Are you really enjoying yourself, though? Is what you're doing now considered a good time? Working a 9 to 5 and only really having time to yourself 96 days in a year, assuming you're never asked to work weekends. And in that time off, you use it to overindulge. That's funny, isn't it?
Why did the egg hide? It was a little chicken.
You're looking that up. These are jokes that I came up with. You're looking it up. You're cheating.
Your joke wasn't funny. All right, that's the difference.
That what?
That's the difference.
That what? What's the difference?
That your joke wasn't funny, but you know.
And your joke was?
Yeah. Why did the egg?
Because you looked it up. You didn't come up with it. All right. How about this? It's a whole lot. It's a whole bit. All right.
All right.
Get ready. New look, same great taste. You see that on a Hostess products or bags of chips or something. The last place I'd expect to see it would be in a bag of vegetables. I was at the store one time, doing what everyone does in a materialistic capitalist society. What the fuck? Would you just yawn at me?
I had to practice the heckler bit.
I would do that shit all the time if I was a heckler. All right. Materialistic capitalist society, buying shit and crap and stuff. And I saw a bag of peas with new look, same great taste. I sure fucking hope so. Why does that need to be put on a vegetable? You know, there's a reason for it. You know, I can't imagine original peas. All I can find is weird new products with peas in it. They must have changed the recipe on this stuff. God damn it. What am I going to tell my wife? You know, like there's no fucking recipe. What did people expect Green Giant to come out with a new flavor of peas? No, because it's a vegetable, you troglodytes. Wasn't that fucking funny? All right, fuck you. All right, come up with your own comedy bit next week. All right.
Next week.
Comedy bit.
Molly's your own comedy bit.
Molly's stand up.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm curious. Yeah, we should have a stand up hour.
That'd be good. We can all practice to be aspiring comedians. Prepare ourselves for.
That would not. You know what? Maybe my drunk self inadvertently created an hour where we, you know, make ourselves better comedically. You know.
Are you drunk?
Not really. I'm almost done with the champagne, but
that's terrible.
Yeah. I finished that Truly already.
I could be crossfaded right now if I really put my mind to it. But
I feel like in the right context, in the right tones of voice, and in the right set, at least the last one had the opportunity to be funny, you know? But like
Molly, from what you heard of Jason's joke, was any of it funny?
I said the opportunity. All right, don't make that noise, all right?
Why? What about that noise is infuriating?
I don't like that noise.
It'd be fun.
So, yeah, I think we should... All right, so the Golden Globes are already done with. Let's talk about Hollywood gun sales. What are your thoughts on, like, people just walking in the stores? You know, it's replicating, you know, corporate America. They just walk in, and it's just like, you know, I'd like to buy that handgun. Like, awesome. And they just walk out, like, the day of.
I think that's fictitious.
Why do you think so?
I refuse to believe that it is that easy to just same day purchase. Probably for isn't it for handguns? It's typically like a month wait, but like rifles and shotguns and shit that you know you can buy same day.
I don't know about same day. I mean, I know about like all right. I mean, this really depends on like state to state. Handguns, obviously, they're going to be harder to achieve. and you have to be 21 or older to purchase them. I think that's federal.
That's stupid.
I think it makes more sense because, most... I mean, it is kind of stupid, but it does make more sense because it is, like... That's what most... what, like... that's what most, like, gunfights happen in, like, someone, like, fucking... pulls a strap on some guy, they have a fucking handgun. It's not gonna be some awkward, carry some fucking random ass handgun or shotgun or rifle or some shit. Most gun violence occurrences happens with handguns. Hence why there's a high rage for it. But yeah, it is still kind of stupid. Yeah, I don't know about day of, but yeah. I don't have you guys personally tried to buy weapons yet, or try to buy any kind of gun?
Not yet.
No.
I want to, but I don't know. It's not like the most exciting thing. Like, a lot of people have their fascination, like certain pieces of machinery, if you're that kind of person.
Yeah.
Someone that just like love guns. I don't know. It's not that appealing. I don't have that itch in my brain. I mean, they're cool. I kind of like some of the concepts or, some of the showings. Explosions are pretty. High-tech weaponry is kind of cool, but I don't care enough about it.
That's fair. I mean, if I had the time and patience, I think I could be. Just in the sense I like the idea of the mechanisms, or like I mean, lever actions are cool. Your bolt actions, I guess, just like any. I think semi-automatic is just boring in a way, but I mean they're good in their own right. Like if it's a semi-automatic shotgun, then that's kind of fun. But
I think you need to just buy a full auto pistol for your carry-on.
a full auto pistol.
Yeah, make some attachment. You can buy a 3D printer. What's it called? Like
A fully
Glock,
semi-automatic pistol.
Glock switch. I feel like that's an attachment. Can't wait to get put on the watch list for typing what does a Glock switch do, but is a small device that can be attached to the rear slide, converting the semi-automatic pistol into a machine pistol capable of fully automatic fire. There you go. Is a switch for a Glock legal? Putting a Glock switch on a gun is illegal.
Why?
Possessing one is also illegal in and of itself. Someone caught with a Glock switch can face up to 10 years in prison if prosecuted at the federal level, because
boring.
it's intent or capability for mass harm very easily. It's like if you can get the piece, imagine, like you want to cause some damage. Glock is concealable, but it can be fully automatic. It's like the best weapon for trying to cause some mass casualties. At least with the rifle.
It's only like small rounds though. It's like some sort of like 50 cal. It's like some Desert Eagle you're just fucking carrying.
But like,
right?
A bullet still, it doesn't really matter like what the caliber is unless you're shooting BBs at them. It'll do what you want it to do.
Kinda like a fully automatic 22. I mean, obviously it's gonna do some damage. It's not gonna do as much damage as like a fucking 30-aught, 30
Do you think
caliber.
Glock switches should be like a legal part of the capitalistic market? It should just be like an attachment. Spend 10 grand, you get one.
I think. All right. So I'm weird. All right. I think people should be able to like own like a minigun. All right. With the right kind of like tier of training. So like if I think to be able to own any weapon, people should go through some sort of like training course to achieve it. Because like, yeah, said person knows how to use weapon. Or said person purchased weapon, but do I know that they know how to use it,
Yeah.
So like, awesome, this guy has a handgun, but do they know how to use it properly and, conceal it properly, or, keep it on them safely or handle it safely?
I feel
Um,
I might be wrong, but I feel like it'd have to be similar to like having a driver's license. You have to renew some shit every year. You have to attend a class every year.
all right. Yeah, I mean,
Every-
I actually talked to someone in basic training, and they had the same point of view, and I thought that wasn't that bad. I mean, if we want to deter crime, obviously there's gonna be less freedoms with having to register your weapon every year. But I mean, if we want to deter, you know, unlawful, you know, uh, unlawful, fucking ownership of weapons. All right, and yeah, I mean that would be helpful if it was like re-registered every year. And
Yeah. I mean, I don't think it would really help with any gun violence, but just another way to make more money that can be used to fix our problems, right? Right?
more money that could be thrown into the government. Yeah, thrown into
And then,
the military cesspool.
no, we throw it to the government and the government throws it back at us. It's tax season. Are you excited?
Oh shit! Yeah, I
We're
got
paying. Hmm?
more money for the governments to use for laundering, as Woman of Flame said. That's right. I'm looking at Kick Chat. All right, what are your thoughts on that? More money for yeah, exactly. I mean, that's kind of what my point was. More money for our government to throw away.
Well, I'm kind of excited. Well, surprised. I got a letter in the mail from my state. I think pretty much saying that they owe me $260, which is all right. Sweet.
Wow, this is chump change to them, though. I
Well,
mean,
yeah, I mean, it's still
good
fucking
for yeah.
nothing. They
What
took
are
it
what
from
are your thoughts on what they said? I mean, more money for governments to use for laundering.
our kick viewer.
Yeah. What do you mean? Oh, this show's about our viewers.
Oh, sorry, I only have Twitch open because kick is interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, the government's gonna launder it for a good purpose, though. All right, we're protecting your interests. No, I mean, I'm curious if this person understands that, like, the government really does have our best interests at heart. Every decision, financially, morally, they carry it with a certain responsibility.
All right. They said LOL at a good purpose.
No, I mean, what would you propose? Military people don't get taxed at all. That'd be really fucking lucrative.
I
All the
think that
money
would
you
be awesome, actually, personally.
have.
You do realize the United States isn't a country; it's a corporation. United States corporation. All
You
right.
do
Well,
realize that United States, all right, officially, actually, bitch, it is a country. All right.
by technicality, it is a country. That is an interesting viewpoint, though. United States corporation, because we are a capitalist society, and
Then every country is a corporation, right?
I didn't call you a bitch. All
I'm
right.
sorry.
You said that as
I'm
well.
sorry. My word offended you. We can talk like actual people if you
It
want
is
to join.
actually a corporation. All right. I'd love to hear why you think it's a corporation. Um, I know there's a lot of corporations that that own said country, and we're not like capitalist society. We lift up the rich a lot, and it's owned by the rich essentially, especially if lobbying exists. But this itself is a country that's just built off of capitalism, which is a very predatory uh, financial system or economic system that it works better than communism. So there's that.
I think we're talking to a QAnon conspirator. All right. Their description says gamer, political analysis, outsider of the Matrix, conspiracy theorist in quotations.
All right.
fuck do you mean you're
Interesting.
outside the matrix? What matrix?
All right, that's also interesting. You could talk about that. United States, a federal corporation, says U.S. Code Title 28. Are you also a, what is it called? Like a road pirate? What are they called?
What?
Title 28, Judiciary and Judicial Procedure, is a portion of the United States Code, federal statutory law that governs the federal judicial systems, divided into 6 parts: organizations of courts, Department of Justice. What is, all right, this is just, all right, I'm going to go to the Legal Institute, Law, Cornell, EDU. This is Title
What the fuck
28.
is this? This is nothing. What is this? Why is this
I think this
important?
is just partitioning the different parts of the United States. I don't know if this has anything to do with corporation. This is just organization of courts, Department of Justice, court officers and employees, jurisdiction and venue, procedure, and particular proceedings. I don't think this has anything to do with. I want to believe you. I mean, this would be interesting. I want to believe you, but I mean, you need to be more more like specific with like because there's a lot of chapters in this too. I don't really see anything about the United States being a corporation.
You know what I like about people that consider themselves outside the matrix is they have the most fringe points to back their beliefs. They're never that specific with it. Right? How are you outside the matrix? I bet you work a fucking job, don't you? You're still in the matrix.
All right. So you can. All right. Just be wary that this is about opinions too. So like, you know.
We are opinion.
Yeah, we have to be open to their opinions as well.
My opinion is that if you're listening, you don't work.
All right. You did.
All right. Living
interesting.
off mommy's credit card. Is that
all right? I am curious. Yeah.
Right,
how do you obtain financial? How do you obtain your money to participate in this?
Fucking. How then?
How do you participate in this financial institution that is the United States?
Do you own stuff? Are you buying it with money? You're a part of the capitalistic problem. You're buying stuff you don't need. You're feeding corporate profits.
I take care of disabled parent full time. All right. I mean, I respect you for that. Yeah, that's good. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you do still partake in said financial, I guess what do you mean by the matrix?
I can agree, like if you're talking about the healthcare side of things, you know, you yourself having to take care of your disabled parent. I know some people, you know, enjoy doing that, you know, especially if they had good parents. But also, like, you know, if the system could help out with costs, because I can't imagine that's all, you know, perfectly free. I understand your thought process that like American healthcare is an absolute corporation. It feels like one. It's not for people. It's for profit. Companies that, you know, make us do shit a certain way.
I mean, yeah, the U.S. does suck with the healthcare side of things. So I mean, I don't know how helpful they can be with said situation, but yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess yeah. Just what do you mean by the matrix in general? Yeah, we are. I guess today we're talking about the matrix and what it means to break free of that within corporate America. I mean, I don't see anything within the U.S. Code Title 28, anything to do with corporate America. I mean, I'm open to literally any opinion. That's the definition of the podcast. So,
other opinions as well, because we apparently have 5 viewers. Damn. Well, 4.
All right. Well, let's not talk about the viewers because that's cringe.
No, we want to acknowledge their presence. All right. One of the most fun
parts. We did, yeah.
Talking with people on TikTok Live is just commenting, you know, mean shit or comedic shit, and then just having them react to it. You know, they take note of you. The popular TikTok Fortnite streamer noticed me. Oh my god.
Wow. Yeah, that's true. And 2 of them left because they got sick of us.
No, it says 5 viewers. All right, I'm refusing to give it up.
All right, that's fine.
Nope.
Yeah, I guess there's not a lot of response going on. Me personally, what I take from the Matrix is like, I guess more broadly, I think it's like beyond society at that point. It's beyond like reality. So I would physically not be able to take control of that or be able to break beyond the Matrix. But I don't know. I mean, that's just me, right? Well,
I mean,
what's your interpretation of the Matrix?
it's just when I hear it, I just think like how we have normal society set up. You work a job, you get money for it. Current way of life, I guess. Like a lot of it stems from people not being well off or realizing that the system is not very user friendly. Uh,
Well, it's not user friendly for the little guys, you know.
yeah, so when you realize that, you're suddenly aware. That,
So I'm all right. So we're Opinion Planet podcast as a whole is aware of the Matrix. You'd say.
I'm aware that I'm in an economic system, and that that
Yeah.
like yeah, it's not as you can't have as nice of a life. You can't get the full experience unless you're paying extra money for the DLC or your fucking dad's a developer and they just give it to you
Yeah.
because they worked on the game. But it turns out, that game is never going to be finished. It's just a little club. You just pass it
Yeah.
down.
All right. Well, I guess regardless, thank you, Woman of Flame, for commenting. Regardless of your opinion, we appreciate you coming in and speaking your voice. I mean, if you want to talk more, we do have a Discord. We're open to having viewers live on chat because that's what it's all about. So, yeah.
A game
There was that. That was an interesting segment. I love when people start chiming in. But
I can't get over the gamer political analysis.
yeah, that was interesting. Oh, question: do you guys believe in God? I don't care if you do or don't. Fair enough. Personally, I believe I'm more agnostic. I don't know. I don't. I feel like there's got to be like some sort of like bigger entity than what there is. Because, like, in a sense, nothing. We came from nothing essentially. At least the most popular theory from scientific field is or scientific fields would be Big Bang theory. We came from nothing.
Bazinga!
We came bazinga. You know, but that's my personal belief. I mean, there's got to be some sort of entity. But what about you guys? What do you guys got?
God is dead.
Um,
All right.
I'm not opposed to the idea of there being a higher power. It's just I find it hard to believe in any religion just because there's so many different ones that if there was one true or if any of them are correct, you would think that everyone would just be able to like, oh, we follow this religion. At least in my brain, that's how it feels like it should be.
Yeah. They say it's hard to believe in this shit society. Uh, I could agree with that. It's hard to believe that people have souls with like the way they act to people. The way people act, to each other. It's hard to think that there's something beyond us.
I
But
wonder if there's ever been a scientific study. People that are better off in life are more willing to believe in religion.
that's interesting. I mean, I think people who believe in religion are just generally more happy because they feel like they're more complete. They have something to look forward to. After this whole thing being life subsides. Um,
That's fair. I respect
You
that.
believe in God, you hate religion, though. That's fair. What would you say that's more agnostic, or do you believe in a specific religion? You just don't like go by the normal rules of it.
What the other people preach. I
Yeah,
remember, like when I was a kid, every Sunday go to church.
I
Laws to
believe
be
there are
followed.
laws to the universe. I mean, that's fair. I mean, I feel like scientifically there are specific things that go into order.
You're
So,
talking like morality. I think that's very human,
right. Yeah.
but um, I don't know. Do you guys think you're spiritual people at all?
Yeah. I mean, kind of. I mean, I would like to think that, you know.
Like, do you
All
mean
right. I mean, on a personal level, probably not.
Crystal shit. Just like you have a capacity to believe in something.
yeah.
Yeah, I guess. I just don't see how people believe in different religions and think there are different gods and one god is better, etc. That's a joke.
My God
Yeah.
says this is okay, therefore better.
My God
Yeah,
says.
different like sense of morality or
There's belief system. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. I kind of see where you mean. You don't believe in religion, but you believe in God. Like the human way that we practice the idea of God is very uncooperative.
I mean, yeah. In a sense, I guess it would be very anti-cooperative, right? In the sense of a god is supposed to create some sort of peace in our minds, right? But like a lot of wars are waged off of beliefs and religious purposes.
That'd
I
be
Yeah,
just
interesting.
got a
it's based
at,
on what's that?
at work we just got a bunch of bracelets that had like the acronym thing for the what would Jesus do he would love first? Like a sandwich baggie just full of bracelets that have the
All right,
acronym for it.
that's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and then it's based on what they want to get away with their moral codes. Yeah, so they justify their religion with what they believe. That's an interesting thought, actually. I wonder how much our society was based off of Christianity, or at least what religion we believed in the beginning.
I think a
Our
lot of
laws that we kind of based off of it.
Years too.
I mean, I think a lot of America, some couple decades ago, Christian value type country.
Good
I
Christian.
mean, it's on the dollar bill, right? I mean, I don't have to say it.
Yeah. But to get away from the freedom to practice your own religion or no religion.
Do you
Yeah.
guys
But it's on the currency. Yeah.
do you guys also feel like a lot of people like cherry pick the Bible and stuff like what they think is okay to do, but like
Yeah.
for their
Yeah,
The only
like
self-respecting
certain
way to
testaments.
religion. That's the only self-respecting way to still like cope with the Bible, but still believe.
but
Is you
then
have to cherry pick.
if you argue
Yeah.
with someone like, but the Bible says this.
You're too
But
100%
far.
they cherry pick the Bible. That's
You're
yeah,
too far
moment of
gone then.
flame.
Because the Bible said that is not an
Yeah.
argument. That is that's deflecting. All right. You're not answering the question if that's your response. You
Exactly.
believe in the Bible, so how does the Bible explain this is allowed? Because it isn't. It's circular. I mean, I think the idea of like the most basic tenets or core ideas of a lot of religions, those are good things. I can agree with those. It's like the heavy-handed ones don't fuck up other people's lives, don't fuck up their life. Um, ideally, be good to your neighbors, just help, just treat your fellow human with respect. Like
Yeah, I
that
mean,
core
just
idea,
I
I
guess it's
don't.
just sympathy and empathy, right?
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
don't
just
think that's bad at all. But if they just kept it to that, kept the motto simple, I think there would be a lot less argument and driving factors in the world. I mean, isn't we got a lot of conflicts over the past couple of decades. And fuck, all of human history based around religious beliefs at the core of a lot of it.
Even even like especially the most recent modern conflict that's sprung up. It's all religious.
I don't know if it's all religious. I don't know. I don't think. I don't think.
Look, if I say it that way, it's controversial, and we get more.
I think
more people, but
there's legitimate disputes that haven't been handled amicably.
Yeah.
But like, I think religion's a part of it.
Yeah. I guess in essence, people always assume that they're correct, and to make themselves correct, they partake in something called confirmation bias, and they just make sure whatever they believe is correct by very specific means. If somebody looks up or is trying to find out like is it normal to kill hamsters? They're gonna look up why is it normal to kill hamsters instead of
why isn't?
Yeah, why isn't it? People are gonna look for things that they want to believe is the problem with that. Yeah.
It is normal.
Yeah.
Then you stuff them with AA batteries.
Yeah, it's all right. I mean, that's a whole different thing, but yeah, I mean, it's a very morbid and weird way to say it, but yeah, they just look up what they. I mean, it's a true thing. It's confirmation bias. Yeah, instead of not possibly being true.
Is that the ego then? Because if we want to be correct, that's not.
Yeah, I mean that's a big part of the human condition is egotism. Your ego, is a big part of your personality.
We can blame our brain for somehow linking being correct with a dopamine increase.
I guess, yeah, the narcissistic ego. It is, yeah. I guess our brains are just built off of chemicals, and then whatever chemicals we want to feel, we partake in. I think the bigger people are the ones that overtake those chemicals, and be the bigger person, and control them. How they want to. If we want to take a very scientific look at our brains, all we are just chemicals are emotions, and the electricity is the ones searching for information.
Are you an ego-driven person, Jason? Does it play a large role in how you carry yourself, who you are?
All right. Yeah, I'm not going to not going to try and like sit here and say that no. Of course, I'm a perfect human. I'm a perfect specimen. I never base anything off of my ego. Of course I do. I think everyone's guilty in this.
Cats live without ego.
I think cats are more ego-driven than dogs are.
Cats are the biggest ego.
Yeah.
The biggest egos.
There you go. My ego is driven by morality. Cats have the biggest ego. See? Even they agree with us.
I'll be right back.
Ego is driven by morality. That's an interesting. It's very deep. It can either be very deep or very, very surface level. What you just said there. Yeah, I guess if you could elaborate what you meant by that, at least like in a surface level. It doesn't have to be that deep, but what do you have an ego, Molly?
Do I have an ego? Yes.
Do you base a lot of what you do off of your ego?
I mean, I guess in a way.
I mean, it sounds like you overcome it at work, right? I mean, if somebody does something, you don't really step in, or you
Yeah.
don't feel like you have to step in because, just another stupid idiot that comes in.
Yeah. I can't think of any examples of like where I'd be using like judging things off of my ego.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay. What is ego driven by morality? What does that mean to you? Kick ate my message. All right, we do have a Discord, so if you want to just like throw it in, that you can. I don't know if that QR code still works. You should be able to just do that on your phone. And then you literally just speak your mind and literally everyone and won't be eaten by Kick because can't use. All right, the QR code doesn't work. Don't use phone Discord. Uh, well, I guess I'll just. All right, well, this is gonna be interesting. I wonder how this is gonna work. So I guess I just posted it to the chat here. I wonder if this is. I wonder if it'll work, but
did you finish off the cereal?
too old for technology. Fair enough. I feel like I am too sometimes, which is scary.
No,
21.
the big T.
Yeah, big T. Yeah, I just posted the link to our Discord to the chat. So if you want to speak your mind, I don't know why Kick is eating your message. I have administrative rights, but it won't let me see it. So I would do like yeah. Even in Twitch, like it'll eat it and it won't let me like have. Do I just type anywhere? Yeah, normally it's like literally everyone, but it could just be anywhere. Opinions, chaos. It's up to you. Kick does this on everyone's stream. Yeah, it's stupid. I would like it to be or have like an option like would you like to open or keep this message or not? It's stupid. All right. Thank you for showing up to our Discord. Yeah, and welcome to our cult. Not actually a cult.
Not yet. We'll get there.
All right. Yeah.
Well,
Actually, yeah, if you are a part of our Discord, technically, if you really wanted to, you could be a a caller. So
they can wear a collar.
yeah, you can wear the caller privilege and go to callers and then actually debate us on interesting topics, and it'll be quicker than just typing. So if you're interested, just let us know.
I wish if we designated someone a caller, it would send them a sticker or a photo of a dog collar.
I should next time. Yeah. All right. I'm just gonna give them the option if they want to. They can go ahead and hop in. If not, then we'll just read off of what they're typing. But all right.
What are your opinions on people wearing crosses as a fashion instead of a religious thing?
I can talk. It doesn't matter to me. All right. Well, you do have the color privilege, so just letting you know if you want to pop in color. Oh, shit, they're in colors. All right. Awesome. All right. This is what the podcast is all about. So,
let's do this.
I guess you can re-ask that question once you pop into colors, but we do have an anonymous caller. I'm not gonna specify their name until they say otherwise, but yeah. I mean, this is new stuff, so we'll be popping in. welcome to the Opinion Planet podcast. I am your host, Nocam. All right, officially, we've never done this to. All right, we've done it.
You can't
once
say I'm
before.
anonymous when like I'm actually typing in kick, just so you're aware.
All right, that's fair. What would you like us to refer you as? Because normally we do have like a sheet that we go by that we send people.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
What would you like us to refer you by? Like just like a name or like...
Oh yeah, you can call me my name. My name's Taylor. I don't care.
Okay. Yeah. We have Taylor.
So
Taylor's our caller today.
So you're asking me, so morality, for here's the thing, like you can make fun of me for anything, right? Like you can prove me wrong about the Matrix, all these things, but when it comes to certain moral beliefs, I will no. Like for instance, like obviously graping, I'm putting the G there to be user friendly, and I usually
All right, fair.
wouldn't.
I do
Right?
appreciate that. Yeah.
Thievery, so stealing, adultery, murder, depending on, so like if it's a child graper, I don't really care if they die, you know what I mean? Like there's certain things where it's morality based, that's my kind of ego. Like you could prove me wrong on a bunch of things that I don't care about, like that doesn't matter, but when it comes to a standpoint on like the basic right or wrong, that's where my ego is like, no, I'll be like, you're 100% wrong if you think like a person who's an adulterer is a good person. I'm like, well, no, they're not. You can break up. Like, there's ways around things. Like, you're not gonna ever change my mind on that. Not that it matters, but like these are things that drive me. So like, I don't have friends that have abortions. I don't have friends that are cheaters. I don't have friends that are, who have loads of problems with theft or things like that. I don't hang around these types of people because my morals drive me not to. But do I care if you're Catholic or something? No. Do I care if you're Jewish, really? No. Like, that's not going to stop me as long as you're a good person. We could be wrong on a bunch of things, but to me, my morals are driven by those types of things. That's where my ego comes from. I can admit I'm right or wrong. Like, I have no problem with that. But, like, certain things, I'm like, no, that's completely wrong. And I can't, like, there's no defending it.
Okay, yeah, that's interesting. You do bring up abortions in a sense. I'm curious what your thoughts are on that. I mean, is that just unforgivable, no matter the circumstance, or do you have...
You take a life, you give a life. It's eye for an eye. I believe 100% you're not supposed to kill a child. And you shouldn't. And I know we think of the percentages of grape and it's very low, so I always keep that out of the abortion mixture because the percentage of those types of abortions are like less than 2% of the population. So then I'm like, well, you guys are just free fucking, part of my language, free having sex, right? And not thinking about the consequence of having a child, and then you think it's okay to get rid of the child. That's quote unquote my body, my choice, but the child's body is being built. So what about the child's body, child's choice? And I'm a woman, right? So it's like, I mean, I get it. I want my rights, but like, consequences. You have to learn to be an adult. Like, sex feels good, sex is great, but sex is literally meant to make children. That's the way you have children. So, I mean, you have to think there's a middle ground there. Like, don't, like, they gave you options. Like, I don't believe in condoms either, and I don't believe in birth control. These are things I do not believe in. I don't believe in pulling out. These are things I do not believe in.
The
But
sex is only
you,
for procreation.
well, no, it's not. It's for love too. Like, you can have
Yeah.
sex while you're pregnant. It's totally fine. But you know, to go around having meaningless sex all the time, there is the consequence of you can get pregnant. And you need to stop using sex as your basis to get a high off of. There's so many other things you can get high off of. And it's
Like, what
not
if you're with a
just sex.
partner?
Oh,
Like, you're with
yeah.
a partner, not just like random fucking around with
Again,
strangers of the night.
for sure, you still have consequences, though. You still have the consequence to get pregnant, and you shouldn't have that abortion, in my opinion. I think it's disgusting. I think it's wrong.
Yeah,
You
but
can have
that's how
sex
condoms
with your,
go. Is
yeah,
it prevent you needing to get that?
yeah. I don't believe in them personally. What I'm saying is, you have the option to use it, but these people aren't even using that option. That and then so
Question.
that's where I'm like, and that's where you have what 1 in 5 people have like HPV or an STD or something. They're not even using the damn option. And you can go get these options for free. They hand you out this shit at school. They're handing out free condoms. Planned Parenthood, they give you free condoms, and these people aren't willing to go get the free stuff. And then you have a society full of people that are disease ridden, and then on top of it, having abortions.
What if the woman that is pregnant, she wanted to be pregnant, but it is if she gives birth, she would die and so would the child. Is that still abortion not okay for you, or is that
That
the
is,
only kind
it's
of
very rare. It's a very rare thing.
yes, it is.
I think that if you've exhausted everything, then I think there's a chance to possibly get rid of the child. But I would still, but for me, if it was me, and I'll say this personally, if I was pregnant and I was going to die, but my child would live, I would die. I would let my child live, personally.
But what
Okay.
if you're as well?
Like what if there's like very little hope in saving that child, like almost a 0%?
And I would sacrifice myself for the child. I have
Fair.
no issues or qualms with that. That's my being made, and I wouldn't try to save myself, even if it's like, you know, a 0.5% chance the child's gonna live and I have 50% chance to live. No, it's not worth it to me. I would be so miserable that my child was dead anyway.
All right. I mean, that is a personal belief, and I do respect that you stuck with, you know, what you believe. I err on the side of there has to, I mean, I like some sort of compromise to be made where like it's you know, within a couple of weeks, you know, before, you know, life is fully formed, or I guess life kind of that is an interesting argument in itself scientifically. Um but I mean, if it becomes like some sort of like errand you do, like, all right, I'm gonna go to Walmart, you know, I gotta go pick up my medicine, oh, and I gotta get an abortion for my child, you know, and it's just like something you do like you know, every couple of weeks. I think, you know, that became
Well,
that's like kind of fucked up, but I mean,
I have a stepsister who literally would be the poster child for abortion. Like, this bitch has had so many fucking abortions, and she's had like 4 kids, but she's had like 7 or 8 abortions, and I'm like, what are you doing? Just like, wow. Why do you have like more abortions than I've ever had vehicles? Like, it just seems, it seems weird that this is like a go-to thing. But then
it,
again, you look at the foster care system, and I can't blame people. It's fucked up. Like, I don't believe you should ever kill a child. But then again, wait, because this foster care system and the system these kids grow up in are horrible. They're treated so badly.
yeah, that's interesting because I haven't looked into the foster care system myself. That's a point that I haven't looked into.
A lot of the
Um,
kids that come from that, they
Well,
are
well,
put in
it's
trouble.
not even just I'm sorry. It's not just the foster care system. It's also the CPS system. It's all of this, because there's so many things that come out about children being brutally tortured by their parents, and CPS is called on them, but CPS does nothing, because there are people in every single part of every single thing that are corrupt and that won't do the right thing, and that's a big issue. So I think if the foster care system was better, and I think that if personally, what I would have done is, instead of like quote unquote foster care, you make homes for these children where you have people that have jobs there who help raise these children. It takes a damn village apparently to raise a child, even though I don't think it should really. But I think if we'd done that, I think abortion would be a lot lower, because these children would have an advantage with multiple people trying to raise them, as long as they were vetted, obviously. But we don't have that. We have a foster care system that when kids go from house to house, all their stuff is put in trash bags, and a lot of these people aren't vetted. They're horrible people who take care of these children and do awful things, And that's why I'm just like, a part of me understands why people do get an abortion, but it's the system itself that allows it. It should try to do better by children, because we're all children once. We're all happy to be here and talk openly and stuff, but there's kids that don't get to do that, and I don't think it's fair for them.
Yeah, I agree with that. So what would be your solution to that? Would be that just be create more jobs in that field and just kind of change the foster care system itself?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, but I don't think we're gonna have to get to that anyway. I think that's what already should have been done, and and they've done that in certain aspects, but all of it was corrupted. I mean, you have all these churches and stuff who take kids in, but we all know that the most religious people are the most hypocritical people. I mean,
Right. Yeah.
she asked earlier, how do I feel about people wearing crosses or something? Do you think if Jesus came back and saw himself crucified on crosses, you think he's gonna have a blast just reliving that fucking moment? Like, I'd be annoyed, especially from these people who don't practice what they preach and they walk around wearing a symbol, which everyone is that symbol, because if you stand up straight and you put your arms out, guess what? You're a cross, right? So everyone has the ability to be like a quote unquote Christ like, and I don't use it as Christianity. I use it as Christ like, to be a good moral standing person. I I I don't think most people should wear crosses. I don't really care, frankly, but I don't think people should, because it's mostly hypocritical. It's a fucking fashion statement to these people.
Very fair. Um, I see a lot of like I've seen quite a few videos recently of people that are Christian upset that people are wearing their symbol. So I was just curious as to what you had
Well,
thought
I
about
mean,
that.
they think it's their symbol, but like it's quote unquote God's symbol. Pardon again, my language, I have bad language, but like, who the fuck are people to think they get to own anything in quote unquote the higher powers world? Like, all this stuff is created by something, right? And it's mostly not us. And to think that you can buy land in someone's actual world, like, this is an entity's world, right? And you don't have to believe what I'm saying, but I'm just gonna most people aren't atheists. It's climbing, don't get me wrong, and I was an extreme atheist for many years, but like, I think about it, I'm like, half this shit is like the symbol of the entity. And to think that you're better than the entity and you get to say like who gets to do what when you don't even know what your conscience is beyond me to people. I don't care what people wear, but don't go like judging other people because they're quote unquote wearing your shit. I'm like, because I've been judged for that. I've had people say that I'm a devil worshiper, all these things, and I look at them and I'm like, I've never cheated on anyone. I'm not a thief. I've never had an abortion. I've never been a rapist. I've never been a murderer. Why the hell are you judging me? Like, I don't go out of my way to harm anyone. But like, these people in these religions will do that. They point a finger when we all know when you point a finger, there's three fingers pointing directly back at you, and you're not paying attention to what's going on.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. I think that's interesting.
And that's the only reason I asked why, if you guys believed in God or not, because that's part of me like, you can make fun of me for the Matrix, whatever, blah blah, but for my belief in God allowed me to see that there is something going on and the Matrix is the best part to call it, unless you want to call it a prison planet. But like, if you think about, if there is a supreme higher entity, this entity knows what's going on in this world. The entity is allowing this world to be how it is based on people's actions, because everyone has to understand at some point in time, and everyone will be judged for something at some point in time, and God's just letting it play out. God's given us loads of answers for a lot of things. God has also kept things away from us as well, but also the people in charge, which you can say God's the person in charge, but God's letting people play it out. And the people in charge don't want to believe in certain things because they've been able to get away with certain things for a long time. And God's allowed that just to be able to make fun of these people in the end, is how I see it. Because everyone says we're perfect and blah blah blah. Well, there wouldn't really be, like, you think about it, if there's a higher entity and he created a perfect world, would anybody ever get sick? No. Would people age? No. You'd be at your perfect age, you would never get sick, you would never have any of these weird convoluted issues, which tells me there's something else going on. There's something else that are creating issues for this world.
Okay, so a lot of I personally don't believe it, but a lot of Christians like would relate that to like the Adam and Eve thing. You know, Eve obviously, you know, apparently she
Yeah,
ruined the whole.
the good old apple, right?
Yeah, she apparently ruined the. Well, I guess it didn't explicitly say whether it was an apple or not. It was some sort of fruit.
Don't eat from the tree. This particular tree you're not
Yeah,
allowed
just,
to eat from.
yeah, exactly. I mean, they said that, and then
And they blamed
you
it
know,
all on a woman, and it's the woman's fault.
yeah, it's
That's the
it's
story.
all her fault. And then the whole idea of free will, like they gave us free will, and then you know God of course gave us life, but he also gave us free will to embark on it. So it's kind of, I guess it's just their excuse of saying it's all our fault for creating wars and all the horrible shit that's happened in the past, like holocausts and shit. It's our fault because we have free will, and the God allowed it to happen because
Well, God
we
has
allowed
free
it to
will.
happen.
That's the thing. God has free will. If God did something horrific, God would be punished by the universe, just as anyone else should be punished. But the Adam and Eve story is funny because wouldn't you want the book of knowledge? That sounds stupid not to want that book. Why would wanting knowledge and understanding good and evil create issues? It makes absolutely no sense.
Because it's not black and white anymore. I don't know. It doesn't add up. All right,
Well,
the Bible doesn't explain dinosaurs. How do you explain those?
well, the Bible has many books, and the Bible has been rewritten and adapted multiple times, just like
I don't think.
most religious texts
Yeah,
has.
yeah, but like in no translation. I mean, I know archaeology wasn't around back then, particularly for the field of dinosaurs, but like current data um, doesn't compute with the Book of Genesis. I mean, that's like the biggest
Oh yeah, for sure.
point of
I think
contention.
I think God keeps stuff from people. I think God has that right to keep stuff from people. I don't think, like, because I don't think it was a human that wrote the Bible. It's too interesting for most humans to even comprehend, not even read the Bible, let
Wasn't
alone
the
write the
word
Bible.
passed down from family to family, word to word, mouth to mouth?
No,
It's like certain chapters of the New Testament, they're written by certain saints, but if we're talking Old Testament, then the information has been passed down from one person to the next, presumably. I mean, the book just didn't appear.
I think
The idea
I think
of
that's what people say. But when you play that game, I think that game's very, like, this world's interesting. If you play that one game where you like have a group of 15 people and you start saying a particular
Okay,
thing by
so
the
the
15th
telephone game,
person.
yeah.
Yeah, by the 15th person, you have no clue what the first person said at all.
Yeah.
So to think that these could be passed down
the
by mouth just seems,
dinosaurs got lost in
it just, well, no, I don't know if they got lost. I don't, because there's so many books that we don't get to see. There's a lot of ancient texts that are hidden from us.
so like the Vatican, like
Yeah,
they're
the Vatican has a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff there.
the Vatican
That,
vault is the dinosaur
yeah.
Bible.
I mean, if you look at the Vatican itself, it has snakes all over the place and it looks very interesting for a reason. I don't know if
Yeah,
you've
I
seen
mean,
images
probably.
of inside the Vatican, but
Yeah,
apparently snakes aren't bad.
I wonder if they got that from Greek mythology. Like back when that was. I don't think that was ever a religion.
A
I mean, maybe
hundred,
the
yeah.
media
Well,
portrays
because
that, but
in our world we only believe in humans that exist, but in other people's worlds, it's not just humans that live amongst us.
yeah, I mean, the idea that like nature is your god. I'm sure there's dozens of religions that
Well,
like
that's not what I'm
nature
saying. I'm
is
saying you have, like we've all heard about the quote unquote reptilians and things like that. There are different species here. It's not just us. This
Yeah,
is
there's
why
reptiles, there's birds, there's cats.
no, those are animals. That's different from what I'm talking about as a species.
So what other species?
You have
Wait, are you saying
humanoids,
that they
people that
live
look
among
like
us?
humans that aren't human.
Yeah. Okay, so
Yeah.
kind of like a reptilian,
So you have
Zuckerberg type shit.
that dude looks like a fucking alien. I don't care what anybody says. That guy's creepy looking.
You think
Reasonable.
he's an alien?
I don't know if he's an alien or not. He's just fucking weird looking. That dude was not blessed.
Like if humans act uncannily, or alright, that's not really a word, but like you know what I'm trying to say. They act
Uncanny.
really,
You don't even have to
really,
say.
It's not what you would expect for them to act like.
yeah, like any normal human. Is their brain just like fucked at birth? Like especially people that have I mean, this is a little bit off topic, I know, but I guess kind of tying into the idea that like if God created the universe, it would have to be. I guess it wouldn't have to be perfect, but allowing shit to happen with no control. That's not free will. That's just fucking. You had one pair of aces. God had two pair of aces. You got fucked.
Well, that's kind of it too. It's a weird way because the way I look at the world is because I've read the Bible and I think the Bible is very interesting. I think the Bible is a how do I put it? It's a comedy. It's romance. It's a mystery. It's everything in one. And most people when they read the Bible, they read most of it like it's already happened and that the only part we're waiting for is revelations when in reality it's a timepiece of past present and like it's past and present and it was also futuristic at the time too because the way it talks is about how these people will do these things and I've realized that it's a big stage and it's also a big like how do I put it? It's like a shit show. And the reason I say it's a shit show is that I think everyone's being tested based on whom they are. And I think that people don't want to believe that there's going to be a God that comes down and judges them because people think, well, Jesus Christ is our Lord and Savior when Jesus never said that. And then to say that, well, if you believe in Jesus, then you're saved. But do you think God's really saving a rapist? I don't think so. So I think it's
Well,
very
what if there's a
funny.
baptism?
No, well, here's the thing. You're already so to baptizing water is a joke. And the reason I say it's a joke is because when you're born, you're baptized in blood. You're baptized in a contract with the universe. Blood, iron, it's the most regenerative thing. That's why people always need blood because it's actually regenerative. It's really good for you. But you already have a contract with the universe once you're in the womb. You're surrounded by all this stuff. You don't why would washing yourself? That's just a whole antic.
Well, it's like the ceremonial. I mean, that's the idea of it. Like it's
It's
ceremonial.
the idea of it, sure, but when you look at the religions who do certain things with baptisms, it's like for instance, like I just saw a video of a fucking rabbi like literally dunking a child in water and I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Like just full on throwing a baby in the water in and out, not even full. And I'm just like, well, that can't be right.
Yeah,
I can
washing
understand
with
I can
things
understand
before.
putting a little water on the head or whatever and being like, God bless you, my little child, but like to submerge this baby like it was a cat or something was the wildest fucking thing I've ever seen.
Some of the pastors are a bit handsy. I mean, I've been baptized, I think, when I was like 12 or 13. And it has to be, it can be like a second or two ordeal, man. You don't need to hold me under for 5 fucking
Yeah,
seconds.
that's what
You don't
I
have
was
to
saying.
drown the shit out of me.
Are they trying to baptize you or they're trying to kill you?
Yeah.
What are they doing? Like I personally don't believe in it. I think it's a little bit goofy. I don't
Yeah.
think it's gonna save you if you're a shitty person at the end of the day. Like, ooh, the water on your head really saved you. I think not.
It washed off the sin. It's not a part of you anymore.
Yeah, not the sin of someone being a grapist. I don't think God wants to hang out with those people. I mean, do you want to hang out with those people?
They aren't the best. I don't know about grapists, but maybe like a tier below. I've been around people They're not the greatest. There's
No,
nothing.
but like, are they in your,
any
are they
good.
gonna be in your friend group? Are you gonna openly welcome with your arms like someone who raped a child into your group and be like, yeah, this is my buddy, he's a sex offender? Like,
If I have Chris Hansen with me, I'll probably not. But
I mean, dude, I'll supply the pizza and the Mike's Hard Lemonade with Chris Hansen around. I
Oh,
love that
hell
show.
yeah.
I
Yeah,
love that show.
you got
I
that
love
references.
show.
I respect that. You got the Chris Hansen references.
Oh,
The Predator
listen, I
pizza.
used to, back in the day, there was Yahoo Chat, like AOL Chat. You go into chat rooms, right?
Yeah.
I used to go in these chat rooms, and my friend Ariel, we would take over the microphone and just play episodes of To Catch a Predator. It was some of the greatest
Oh
stuff ever.
shit.
Like 6 hours of me and this girl just laughing at these fucking episodes. I'm like, man, are these people molesters really this dumb? Like, one
Yeah.
shows up naked. Why do they all have pizza and Mike's Hard Lemonade? Like, why does no one brings barbecue to this shit? Like, I am so confused.
Yeah. There's this one guy who like brought his own like food. He's like, oh, well, I was hungry. He just started eating it himself. It was one of his newer ones. It was like Hansen versus Predator. But
he was just enjoying his last meal.
yeah.
in Freeman.
I just
But
still
he
want to know how they all know to show up with like the same shit. Like, what is this
yeah.
club?
They
But
get
then
told by
again,
the producers.
but then again, at the same time, I'm probably older than you guys, but as a kid, you know, we all knew to blow on the N64 cartridge to make the fucking game work. So apparently, it's just all consciousness at that point.
All right. Yeah, I mean
What?
that's fair. That's interesting. All right, what generation would you say that you're in?
Like millennial and that shit.
Yeah.
I think I'm a millennial. Isn't it like 80 something to 90 something or something like that?
Yeah, like
Maybe
80s or 90s.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm a quote unquote millennial, I guess. I don't go by those terms.
Yeah.
I go
Okay.
by
I mean,
idiots
all
and
right.
non-idiots. So
that is reasonable. I mean, it's like a bunch of social media garbage. I mean, just literally just created by
Yeah.
magazines and shit.
yeah, I hate social media. Like,
Yeah.
I don't use Facebook. I don't use Instagram. I use X because it's getting funny. I like the memes. I really do enjoy memes. As a millennial, you know that we got that going. Our memes are pretty good. But other than that, I don't. Most of the time, I just like watch shit on like YouTube or something. Like, I'm not gonna. You're not gonna see me on TikTok, or you know what I mean.
You don't like
That's
the
fair.
Chinese spy app?
TikTok doesn't like me, to be fair. I was on TikTok and then I got hardware banned.
Oh shit. What happened?
Don't talk about the government, guys. You do not talk about the government.
Wait, were you anti your own government or anti their government that you had
I'm
on?
anti every government. So if you have information and you divulge information, they're not gonna
Interesting.
like that.
Okay, so you just went full anarchist on them, and and they
Well,
just didn't like it.
I mean, I grew up in, so the reason I have very strong opinions is because I grew up in one of the greatest cults of all time, as we like to call it, uh, Freemasonry. I'm a Freemason child, so I
Oh
understand.
shit.
So when I talk about stuff, and when I'm talking about the Matrix and stuff like that, and you make fun of me for being a gamer, fuck you. I've been gaming before you were born. Right? I like
I was
games.
just
Leave
playing
me alone.
Fortnite not even 2 hours ago, alright? It's not because I'm
Ugh,
judging you, because I'm not.
Fortnite. Ugh,
It's just when
Fortnite.
people
Jeez.
Thank
identify
you.
themselves as a
Thank
gamer,
you.
it
Well,
comes with
I
the
mean,
stigma.
at
It
least
comes
I
with the
didn't put
stigma.
she, her on my damn thing. We all know I have titties. Come on now.
All right.
People might not know I'm a gamer.
I'm interested. How was it like being growing up as a Freemason, or someone who was an offspring of a Freemason?
It's complicated because we're taught things that you guys aren't taught, and some of us don't go to the same schools you guys go to.
Is it like private,
So
or is this stuff that you can't
it's not
talk
even
about,
just,
or?
it's stuff you're not supposed to talk about it, but I talked about it, and that's why I got hardware banned off TikTok.
Wow. Okay.
Even when I changed, it's not even just hardware ban. It's fucked. It's the point of I changed phones, I changed carriers, got a new phone number, and I was still like, you wouldn't, even if I tagged like the For You page, no one would see my posts at all.
Well, I mean, you are open on here. I mean, I fought I fought these sites before with what is it called? Steamboat Willie, you know?
Yeah.
All right. So, I
Copyright
mean,
infringement.
I'm open to it. I mean,
Yeah, so
here's
we
your
don't.
soapbox.
So I went to normal school like everyone else, but I'm also a female, so females are treated differently. And I have friends who went to schools that were quite different. We don't. So like when you watch Harry Potter, like you think that's kind of bullshit, but like
Right.
there are people who do go to schools that are for alchemy and are for wizardry. This is an actual thing. It's not a fucking joke, and it sounds like a joke, and I know it does. But no, I have friends who literally went to schools that you would never believe existed. And it's mostly men that get to go because men are seen as obviously better than women. So I learned like some Freemasonry stuff from my family just because I had to know certain things because they didn't want me to participate in certain things, obviously. But I still went to like a normal regular school, like most kids, like a normal public school. But at home, I wasn't. I was taught things like these are what we teach people, but like some of these things are not accurate. But you have to play along.
Right. Okay. So what would happen if you detested you didn't play along?
So they will screw you over with jobs and education and things like that. Like they have the ability to screw with you and make sure like you can't go up in the ladder and stuff like that if you don't play along.
Interesting. All right. So what determines you going up the ladder in said organization?
So I mean, instead of it based on like merits and stuff, like you could be like the best at your job, but like if you're someone who speaks out on certain things that they don't want to be spoken out about, they can literally just stop your like they can fire you, they can make sure you don't get a job, they can mess with all sorts of stuff to screw you over.
Yeah. All right. So I mean, I heard someone. All right. So this is like some weird thing that I overheard. I was in um some shed preparing or getting ready to jump out of an airplane. All right. A whole different topic. But I was overhearing somebody.
Were you actually skydiving?
Well, it was a static line jump. It's a
Oh.
whole yeah. Not as interesting, but yeah.
I mean, no, that's still pretty cool. That's still, I thought that was. I was like, whoa, this is it. You heard this while skydiving?
Yeah.
God damn.
No, it was I was already rigged up, and then or was like the guy. Someone was talking about it, like some research they did, and somebody said, in the sense that like Freemasons, it's like some sort of like it's not really a caste, but it's like it's they're determined by their numbers. It's like some sort of number that determines their.
Numeral. It's well, they have ranking, and they
Okay.
actually you have different degree Masons, and obviously the 33rd is the highest degree Mason you can be. And
Okay.
33 is also the Jesus number. So it's very. So what's funny is in our world, we're taught, and by our world I mean like like me, you, the world I kind of grew up in, but like the
Right.
regular world, we're taught that astrology is bullshit, that numerology is bullshit, and all this stuff. But in Freemasonry, it's the complete opposite. They do things dictated by numbers. They do things dictated by the time of the year, the astrology. All of that is actually very important in Freemasonry.
We
So like when someone like for instance like oh are you a Pisces, like someone's like what's your sign or whatever, that's like you're a Taurus or an Aquarius or something. All of that is actually very important to Freemasonry, but regular people make fun of that shit.
Right. Yeah.
Is being a Libra a good thing, or is that like looked down upon?
No, all the signs are fine. The sign, being a sign, you wouldn't be looked down upon. Yes, certain signs are so like Aquarius and Scorpio would be like the highest regarded signs, just for how they are. But like the most highest regarded sign, which most people don't know about, is the 13th zodiac. There's actually 13 zodiacs, not 12. which the Ethiopians still go by a 13-month calendar. Because in reality, the Freemasons use a 13-month calendar. They don't use a 12-month calendar.
Do they use military minutes?
God damn you.
All right. Why would you do? All right. What? How do you say this? It's an Ophiuchus.
Yeah, it's a hard. I always say Ophiuchus.
Ophiuchus. All
That's
right.
how I just pronounced it. It's a very weird word, but yeah, it's the 13th. It's the hidden zodiac.
Interesting. So why do you think it's hidden? Is it just because the calendars, doesn't align within, our?
I I don't know the game these people are playing with giving people 12 months instead of 13, because when you have a whole group of people, and the Freemasons are the top line of the military. If you didn't know that, a lot of military people are Freemasons.
Yeah,
And
that's what I heard too. That was crazy. But like,
yeah, and the highest people. But here's the thing: like any business or anything, you have people at the bottom who don't know shit, and people at the top who know fucking a lot of shit. So like, a regular Freemason in the military is not gonna know. 33rd degree Mason in the military is gonna know. They're not gonna share their secrets.
right.
So most Freemasons will be like, "That's bullshit. We use a 12-month calendar." But I mean, even a 33rd degree Mason would say, "Well, no, we use a 12-month." But in reality, they do use a 13-month calendar. They're just
Okay.
not going to tell people that.
Right. Yeah. Damn. All right. Yeah, that's interesting. I didn't even think about that. That's yeah. Holy shit. Yeah, I didn't expect to learn anything tonight. That's awesome.
And that's why I say it's like I speak from both worlds, because like I was given multiple information on stuff, and I'm taught one thing, but then I'm told like, no, this is really what this is, but we tell people this is what this is. And it's like, that's why I'm like, this whole world, this society makes no sense. If people actually knew a lot of the truths about the society and how badly they're lied to about certain stuff, I don't know how people would react. I don't know if they'd go kill themselves. I don't know, like, I don't know if you'd have riots everywhere. But I mean, right now, obviously, we are having riots in different places. We're having all these quote unquote wars again, too.
Yeah.
And I just think it's gonna, because as I grew up and found out more information, I was freaking. I was like, are you like, I'm sitting here like my mind is like trying to wrap its fucking self around the lies like I've been told.
Yeah. So when you said quote unquote wars, what was the quote unquote for?
Well, to think that like none of these countries know that this is going to happen when they all know it's going to happen, because a lot of these quote unquote dictators from all these places answer to certain people. Like this is all, it's a performance piece. It's a big performance piece. You have people sending money to certain people and people maneuvering all that money and people blowing up the, it's not a war what people think the war is. These people do not care about these lives. They don't give a shit. It's the people who are arguing against the war that care. The people who are perpetrating the war do not care, and they were always going to do this anyway. It's to create chaos.
Yeah, I think I can.
What you see the benefit of creating chaos would entail?
More money, more loss of lives, more sacrificial slaughters.
What would sacrificial slaughters benefit them?
Longer terms, President goes
Um,
to war. I'm going to protect our sons and daughters. Elect me.
no. So in Freemasonry, we talk about alchemy,
Right.
and like I said, blood is very important. And these people do worship entities that they think are real. Not that they're not real, but you'll have the excuse that they do something for Satan or they do something for Baal or whatever. But because blood, and this is why I'm big against abortions, is because the fetuses and the blood and the stem cells of these babies and these other humans that die go to the top of the people. And what I mean is the top of the people that are some of the most heinous people, have done the most worst acts upon. They use their blood and they use their stem cells for regenerative purposes. Abortion's always been just for sacrifice, and the same with war. It's just to take the bodies and use them. It's
Use like
nothing more than that.
the power of youth. Like, so yeah,
Yeah.
babies have a lot more
Yeah.
stem cells than the average adult, so they take the regenerative properties of babies and
Yeah. It's a
infuse it
big
with themselves.
yeah, it's a big money thing because these people, it's not just that, they're willing to do heinous crimes to be able to get like these stem cells and things like that. And that's why I'm big against abortion. Personally, I'm against the blood industry, like giving blood and shit. I mean, if 1 out of 5 people have HIV, just imagine how many people actually have AIDS, and all these people are
Alright,
donating
so I
blood.
got
And
yeah, no, I get that. So I got 2 questions as far as the blood thing goes. So, like, in the case of, like, a blood donor, a person just got stabbed, we have a positive blood type match on site. Is that, like is that normal? Is that okay? This person needs blood or they're gonna die.
well, we're told the person needs blood or they're gonna die. We're told this.
Alright, so
Now,
yeah, they need blood to survive. Like, yeah,
we're
you said it's important for
we're
life.
we're told this, but again, blood is iron. Iron is very regenerative in your body. Your body will produce the
It
blood
will.
cells to come back.
Yeah, but, like, what
Now,
if it
you
can't
might
produce it fast enough?
your body's pretty amazing. They tell us that our bodies aren't amazing, but I also know that our food is fucked with. All food's fucked with. All water's fucked with.
So
It might not kill you in a day, but it does not help your body's regenerative process. So yes, I would say give the person blood, but in a world where nothing's messed with, no, the body would be regenerating very quickly.
Okay, so even if you cut off somebody's limb, even if you cauterized it, they lost a lot of blood because it's an artery that they just cut off. You know, you would
No,
say just
I'm saying you can have the blood. I'm saying you can have it, but I'm saying in a real society where the food and water hasn't been tampered with and your body hasn't had any of these chemicals that doesn't need to be in there, you wouldn't need the blood in reality. In this
okay.
world, yeah, you kind of need it.
When would you say the food started to be tampered with?
I think the food's been tampered with for a very long time. I think longer than we suspect. A lot of things are tampered with.
Like,
But
I
I
can
think
I can grant the 1600s. Like, you have some industrialization of the
I'm
agricultural
thinking it
business.
goes back beyond then. I think the food's been tampered with beyond then, but I also they want people in this society, so they're not just gonna kill you, right? They want to
Yeah.
watch you.
Yeah, they want
So
power
it's
over you.
it's going to be like a slow process. But yeah, no, food's been messed with for a very long time because if you go back, there's studies that will say like you couldn't eat potatoes in I want to say like the 15 or 1600s natural because the ground was so tampered with. Like they have all these studies on shit, and I'm just like, well, then food's been tampered with for a very long time then because like why
And
would the ground
famine
be fucked up unless
fa
someone fucked up
famine,
the ground?
the environment, it's changing. Famines are a thing. The soil is
Yeah,
just for the
well,
season.
but that's also based that's the thing. It's also based on the people who deal with it. I mean, they do throw chemtrails out, and I'm not trying to be some conspiracist. Like a second state, I think New Hampshire just banned chemtrails from being thrown above their state. So they do all these things. So if you didn't touch the environment's not going to really fight back until you're being a dick to the environment. And I think that the governments have kind of been a dick a little bit too much to the environment.
that's interesting. So it's all right. It seems like you're like pretty deep in like some sort of ideological, some sort of idea. Um, I'm curious how would chemtrails work? Or do you have an idea, or do you think it's just like a lot of
I
that?
mean, it's just spraying chemicals into the air. The air's connected to the ground. So, I mean, and we don't know what these chemicals are. They'll tell us one thing, but you have no clue what they are.
Would you
You have
say that
no,
you have personal anecdotes to seeing said chemtrails?
what do you mean? Like, I've seen them over my house. I don't,
Okay,
Yeah,
so
like,
would you?
I mean, I've seen planes make little figures over my house and then fuck off. I don't like, and it's not from a
Right.
regular plane, and I live by an airport. So,
Well, all right. So, what would be the difference between chemtrails and then like contrails made from the difference of atmospheric temperature?
well, I mean, the chemtrails is based off of them putting actual chemicals and stuff and
Right.
putting them down. I mean, the atmosphere itself is not gonna. The universe can fight back, yes, but it's not gonna poison itself.
But how can you
No,
can you tell though, like the difference between chemtrails and contrails, like between?
I've never studied them particularly. I just know
Okay.
that chemtrails like you know what I mean. Like I haven't like done into that.
All right, so you don't know for
Jason,
sure though.
No, I
Jason,
don't.
was gonna
I
ask,
don't know that for sure. I do know chemtrails exist though.
what are contrails exactly? What are they caused by, and what do they look like?
I hope you're not asking me because I can't answer that
Oh
question.
no, I was asking Jason.
Okay, I was just making sure.
All right, so contrails is based off of different temperatures within the air, and then it's different humidities. So like sometimes you'll see like plane, sometimes you'll see like a streak of white. It's just like water vapor from the engines because of the humidity that it creates. And then sometimes you'll see it, go off and on. But sometimes, most of the time, it's just the atmosphere.
Okay,
Some
so
parts of the
it
air is
literally.
warm, some parts of the air is cold. That's literally just basic. That's how water balloons or fucking air balloons, like hot air balloons, like that's how they move. Is like different like temperatures and different elevations of the air. It's like sometimes it's hot, sometimes it's cold, but
I don't know. I just looked up contrails. Contrails are clouds that form when water vapor condenses and freezes around small particles, aerosols, in aircraft exhaust. The water vapor comes from the air around the plane and the exhaust of the aircraft.
more scientific version of what I said. That's good. Yeah.
Well, that was from the UCAR Center for Science Education.
Okay. Yeah. Well, it's good you stated his source. But yeah, I stated what
okay.
my
So
interpretation was.
okay. So when I'm looking at these, yeah. So I'm looking at the images of them, and so planes have specific patterns of movement that they generally have to abide by when flying, like commercial flights, and not even commercial, even private kind of actually have this as well.
Yeah, it's flight
So
paths.
so so if you live by an airport, you can notice the distinctive flight path, where it's gonna fly, because you can hear it, right? So you can see where it's going and stuff like that. Chemtrails, I don't know if they have a specific flying pattern, but the ones I've seen don't match to the flight pattern of a commercial jet.
Have you studied the flight pattern of the commercial jet near your area, or have accounted for
So
said
so
maybe
where I
variations
live
of
in.
flight patterns because they might be circling the airport or making different flight decisions?
Oh, for sure. I understand what you're saying, and I
Okay.
agree with you. I'm saying the ones I've seen personally because I know how my shitty airport works because I live in Memphis and it's shitty.
Okay. Yeah.
It's not like Chicago where like you'd have to fucking sit there and study those because there's so many flights. Memphis is not that busy, so it's quite different. Like I haven't like I'm not gonna say I've studied it. I haven't, but I just know how the jets move near my house. I've seen how they move and how they appear, and I'm not so close to the airport. I'm about 30 minutes from the airport, so I know when planes are coming, I hear it, and they usually always go in the similar direction that it's going. It never alters. But I've seen other planes come and alter directions, and it just makes no sense. Now, if I lived in Chicago, I'd have to study it because there's so many damn planes moving.
Yeah.
But for here, you're not going to get a plane. To say the plane might need a standstill, it needs to circle, is highly fucking unlikely in Memphis. Because it's just not that many people are flying out of here. Most of these planes are for FedEx.
I mean, like holiday season, could be a busy airport.
Nah, it's Memphis. It's
Mhm.
busier than normal, but I've flown during like all the peak times here, and you will never have the whole entire like parking lot full. It's a very small airport. Like it's extremely small. This is like one of those little like quote unquote layover destination to shop you somewhere else. It's not, and the crime rate here, most people don't want to come here. They go to Nashville.
All right, fair enough. Um, All right. So what did you've said that you've seen you have some sort of anecdotes of seeing chemtrails yourself opposed to contrails. What would be the variations? Do you see any variations of aircrafts, or is it just a flight path that you've seen that?
It's a flight path. A lot of times I don't even see the damn plane. It's mostly just a flight path. I usually see it's because most of the time when you see these contrails, there's specific lines, and now they've put out photos where it's like all different fucking whatever. It's just a bunch of lines or whatever. But like these are very distinctive lines. Like I've seen X's, I've seen triangles, and they're very distinct. It's not like it's like a little bit wonky or nothing. These are like perfectly looking lines.
Yeah, I mean, if you're flying in an aircraft, you would assume a certain, straight line. I wouldn't assume that you'd, be
Well, what I
moving
mean
around a
by
lot.
that, it's not spreading. Like when you look at some, they kind of spread out. The line spreads out a little bit. It fades a little bit. But I'm saying
Mm.
these lines are like it's like someone drew a fucking line. They're very perfect.
Right. I mean, eventually, like all lines. I mean, if it's like some sort of like vapor, chemical vapor, water vapor, it's gonna spread out eventually.
Well, you would think that. You would think that at times, but sometimes it's not. It's not a spread. That's where I get confused about some of this shit because I don't know what they're putting I don't know what the chemicals are. I can't tell you.
Okay.
I think it's different. I don't think it's always the same chemical for sure.
Yeah. I mean, all right. I think that's interesting assessment. I'm not gonna sit here and try and like debunk your topic. You have a certain.
I mean, I would
Yeah.
again, like I said, I don't care if I'm right or wrong. I'm just telling you what I see and what I've been told. It's you know what I mean. If I prove wrong, I prove wrong. If I prove right,
Yeah.
I prove. It doesn't. It's just my morals type of shit is the only thing I'm like on.
It's fair, and I do respect. I respect the shit out of that because a lot of people would be stuck in their ways. I personally haven't done a lot of research, so I can't really say. I've had family members that have had similar um expectations or realizations of it. I personally I don't see the reason to change it, or like the reason for said government entities to change the weather, or like if it'd be beneficial for them to do it. So I wouldn't see a reason for them to do it at
I
all.
mean, the benefit is for them to laugh. Is them
Right.
just to laugh.
So
Like
I mean,
that's how the way I see it is like if I was in charge and I'm an asshole, I'm gonna screw with everyone at every level. I'm gonna want to watch people suffer. I play devil's advocate, so like I'm gonna think if I'm gonna think the best of the best out of something, I also have to be able to see the worst out of worst of it. And I just really feel that there are people who really just like to screw with people, who like to give people blizzards and be like, "Fuck you," you know what I mean?
okay.
Here, I'm gonna ruin your day for fun.
All right. So you think that people are maliciously out there doing it just for shits and giggles?
Kind of like a weather witch, almost.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to call it a weather witch, sure. But like, I mean, there's people who do stuff all the time with malicious intent just to make themselves feel better. Why not mess with the weather? Why do you think that that's gonna be something they're not gonna mess with?
I
Like
get. You know what? If I
that's how I feel.
if I had a lot of money, fuck it. You know what? If I had the
Yeah,
capability,
right?
why not? Why not? But
If you're in charge and no one can touch you, like, what are you? Maybe I will just put all these lights green today. Click, let's see how many accidents happen. Like, people will do this stuff. Like, and
Those
you know,
people, those people are probably on Epstein's list. Those are probably
but you know what? Yeah, 100%. I mean, sure. I'm not going to disagree with that statement. I knew about that list 5 years ago before they started talking about it. And they're like, it's not true. And I'm like, okay.
well, where'd you hear that list from originally?
It was actually I was using that Telegram. It was going on Telegram.
Interesting. All right.
I got 5 years ago, and I'm not saying I'm a QAnon. I know the Q posts and stuff like that, and that was all in there. And then it started going around this list, And I'm like, interesting. So I started looking at this list,
Yeah.
and then I'm like, well, a lot of these people are Freemasons, so that adds up 100% correct.
Yeah.
And then I was like, holy shit. And a lot of people are Jewish, and I was like, well, that's correct too. So okay. And then I saw the list, I saw the names, and I'm like, yeah, this seems legit. This list seems pretty accurate. And the
Yeah.
media was like, no, this list is fake, and this is 5 years ago. And they wouldn't really talk about it. So then what they did was they talked shit about the QAnon thing. And that's fine. I don't care if you
Because
talk
they could
shit
talk
about it.
shit about it. Yeah. No,
But
you
then it
had to
came
admit it,
out that the Epstein list is real.
yeah.
And no one's apologizing for shitting on people who are trying to talk about it.
Yeah. You must have heard about like in New York, like Jewish people digging under people's apartments. Like what the fuck is I don't
Yeah,
know what they're up I don't know what they're up to. It's
I'm gonna get a drink really quick. I need to get a drink. I apologize. I've been
oh, it's
had a
good.
little bit
Our
of sick.
one of our
Uh
hosts is also
Fair enough.
drinking, so it's
no,
good.
I've
I was just getting I was just gonna get some fruit punch. I wasn't getting alcohol. I don't drink.
Oh, you're drinking the Kool-Aid?
Yeah,
Hell
hell
yeah.
yeah.
All right. That's respectful. I'm like what is it, my third drink down? Beyond my champagne. So I mean,
So I'll talk about that tunnels in a second. Just give me like a minute.
interesting. All right.
I really respected Kanye for his Alex Jones interview.
Yeah.
I mean, I watched it.
Is it? Yeah. All
I
right.
can
I mean,
understand.
I haven't, so I mean, you could talk about that.
I mean, I don't have the quotes from the interview, but let me pull them up for you.
I mean, you don't have to. I think this is a very reflective, except you know, she's not like a she's not like a celebrity, but I mean, I think this is interesting. I like it.
Yeah.
I like it when people voice their opinions without like being afraid of being disagreed upon. So I
Kanye
don't.
says, I see good things about Hitler on conspiracy theorist Alex Jones show.
Did Alex Jones disagree?
Um,
Harris disagrees.
All right. Well, I mean, your cat is obviously like more sane than Kanye West, so I mean, I hope so.
I don't see them talk about Alex's response. But
Yeah.
I think fluoride in the water is a hell of a fucking thing.
Fluoride in the water.
Yeah.
I thought you said Florida.
Yeah, fluoride in the water.
Florida. I mean,
Okay, I'm back.
That should be the meme of the week next week.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on fluoride in the water? Is that like a big thing? I mean, I
No,
know
I think it's legit.
I mean, obviously it exists, right? I mean, the government puts it in there to, keep people's teeth from rotting.
Control.
Because we
I think
have
they say it's
for
probiotic, but I don't use regular toothpaste or anything like that.
you use
regular
Tom's.
toothpaste
Is it
like
Tom's?
sexual control.
No, I use this coconut-based one. I don't use anything with the only time I use toothpaste is if I burn myself and I put toothpaste on the burn.
How are your teeth doing?
Teeth are fine.
All right, that's good to hear.
When I stopped using regular toothpaste, I stopped having dental issues.
Big dental
Interesting. All right.
Big dental is out to get us.
That wouldn't be surprising at all.
No, yeah.
Honestly,
Again,
Okay.
I literally just said if you have a burn, and what I mean by that is if you burn yourself on something, say like, fire, or let's say you cut a jalapeno, right? You touch your face and your face gets all hot and burning, go get your spearmint toothpaste and slap it on there and see how quick that burn goes away.
What if you have like aloe vera? Isn't that like a helpful
You can use
medicine?
aloe vera too, but I'm just saying, isn't it weird that toothpaste can stop a burn?
I've used toothpaste as drywall repair before. It
Yeah,
works.
Interesting.
Yeah, isn't that weird? And then you brush your teeth with that shit. Like, I'm good.
Yeah. It's just like, the clinging properties. I don't know, it is kind of sketch.
Yeah, I mean, the stuff they
9
put
out of
in
10
it, for
dentists.
sure, for
Yeah,
sure.
a
That's
9
why
out of
it's
10
useful.
dentists. See, I want to hear, are you that 1 in 10th dentist? Is that...
Yeah, I'm the one. The 1 in 5. He's like, fuck your shit, like the gum,
Yeah.
like the gum commercial. Yeah, I'm just sitting over there like, I hate you people. Wrong.
What are
Just
your
use
thoughts
the.
on vaping? Because I am a part of Vape Nation.
Okay, so I'm a smoker,
Say that again.
Okay.
and I'm offended by vapes, and I'll explain why.
I like,
Hell yeah, I love that.
So I've tried vaping. That shit
Yeah.
will not help you. If anything, that made me want to be more of a regular cigarette smoker than a vapor.
absolutely.
If you vape, good for you. I'm not. It's whatever. But to think some electronic device is not worse off than a fucking tobacco. If you don't put anything in tobacco, literally, you don't put anything in tobacco. If you just have pure tobacco and you smoke it, it will not do any harm to you. It literally will not. Put the chemicals in it, yeah, it's gonna harm you a bit. Now, thinking that a chemical based whatever the vape is, it's all chemicals. To think that's not going to harm you, I think that's kind of goofy. Am I going to knock you from doing it? No, I think it's still better than obnoxiously drinking all the time.
Yeah,
Um,
fuck those people.
but my issue with vapes personally just comes down to the fact of at one point in time, there was these wonderful cigarettes that tasted like you were fucking drinking a mocha frappuccino. They were delicious. The greatest cigarette I've ever had in my life. And you know what they were like? Different flavors make kids want to smoke. And they were like, fuck your cigarettes, and they banned them. And then they came out with vapes with 9,000 different flavors. Like,
Yeah,
that's not going to get. Oh, it's an electronic device, and you think kids aren't going to want to smoke that?
yeah,
Get
I'm
out
hooked
of here.
on
Get out of
strawberry
here.
ice. Strawberry ice.
Flavors like bubble gum.
Okay.
Bubble gum.
Actually,
I just think they just personally hate me, and they're like, we know you're not gonna vape, Taylor, so we're just gonna screw you over with your flavored cigarettes and give every other kid flavor. And I'm like, whatever, fuck you, government, it's fine.
all right. So I do agree with that. However, tobacco itself contains nicotine, carbon monoxide, tar, toxic chemicals such as benzene, arsenic, and formaldehyde. And then
Pure
inside
tobacco,
NHS
pure tobacco, no.
inform.scot.
If it's pure plant, no, it's perfectly fine. I said it's all the shit they add into it makes it worse. I 100% have said that. I agree with you.
Yeah.
But
Okay. So it's a.
but if I were to grow it myself and I didn't put any of that into it, I'd have no issue.
So I mean, this is talking about the plant itself. The nicotine. Although nicotine is a very addictive substance, it's relatively harmless. Is the carbon monoxide, tar, and other toxic chemicals in tobacco smoke that will cause serious damage to your health. This is from the NHS inform.scot. I can post the.
Well, no, I believe that's
This
what they say. I personally don't know any smokers who've ever had issues, though.
Okay, I mean that's interesting. I mean that's anecdotal evidence, but that's interesting
And
nonetheless.
I mean, I'm a smoker, and I got that. I no issues here.
I mean I smoke cigars every now and then. I mean I have no
Yeah,
nothing
you
against it.
You're not chain smoking, all right?
Right.
A lot of people also inhale.
Oh,
I mean,
I chain smoke. So, and I'm not. I'm also not running any marathons, but I also have boobs. I wasn't going to marathon, period. So I don't know if it's the tobacco or the fact that I'm Superwoman or some shit.
All right. Interesting.
But I have no issues with my breathing or anything like that. None.
Okay.
I wouldn't tell people to go smoke. That's their decision. I do tell people not to overly drink though, because I think that if you drink more, you're more you're gonna get in more trouble.
Interesting. All right. All right. So,
Well, if you're at home drinking, I don't really give a shit. But a lot of people don't drink at home. They drink at bars and they drive.
All right.
And
yeah.
and
No.
all right. Yeah. It's all the extra.
After so much alcohol, like I can have 20 cigarettes and I'm okay, but after like 7 drinks, I am probably not as okay as I would have been at smoking 20 cigarettes.
So if I was like 7 drinks down, I'd probably be fine at this point because of how much I drank. I'd like to do it less, and I'm doing it less. I'm only doing it on weekends now, but it's all the extra shit, the.
What's your preferred choice of drink?
All right. It depends. I mean, I like to try new things, but I like wine. Wine is good. Bottle of wine at this point won't do a lot.
You're like an old man. Jesus Christ.
maybe my liver thinks I'm an old man at this point, but I'm not. I am
I'm
the
making fun of you because you drink wine. That's all.
All right, that's fair. Yeah, I mean, I like to start out with like something, something, usually something heavy, and then slight, and then go into it later. Like,
So yeah, I'm not really like
But-
talking about like wine drinkers. I'm
Yeah.
more talking about people that drink like beer and liquor. I
Oh,
think
I mean, I drink
females
that
are the
too.
females are the one that are really fucked if they drink a lot of wine, because females usually go for wine before they go for beer or liquor.
Fair. I mean, but what would be? All right, so what would be the difference between, me getting wine, but like a female getting wine?
Well, male and females are built differently though too.
All right, so you just think it's like, if I drink a bottle
No, but
of
I'm
wine.
just saying women are more so going to go for a fruity drink or wine before they're going for something that's just really to get them drunk. Whereas men will generally drink alcohol to get drunk.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm doing that because I drank a bottle of champagne already, and then
Yeah, it's pretty fruity of you.
yeah, and then I drank like
Yeah, I agree
3,
with
4 Trulies.
Amadeus over here.
It is pretty fruity of me, all right. But you know what?
I mean,
I wanted to
I'm
try
not-
it.
You're not
I
gonna
wanted-
catch me with wine or champagne.
Don't catch me with those
Well,
truly.
all right, what do you?
If I'm drinking, I'm drinking, and I'm drinking whiskey.
Yeah, just be a fucking man about it.
That's
Like,
badass. But I want to try different things.
I
This
also
is like
the
the first.
heartburn. I hate heartburn, but something about whiskey heartburn is satisfying.
All right.
I don't know why.
I can see that, honestly. I've tried different kinds of alcohol. Like I've said, I've had $200 tequila before. All right.
I'm sure it was tasty. I'm sure it was pretty good tequila.
Yeah. I've
No,
I've
what I'm
had
just-
I've
I-
had
I'm just
whiskey
saying
before.
is
I've had
though, it's like-
moonshine.
Like you're drinking at home, it's different. But most people
Yeah.
they go out and they drink.
Yeah.
Like they drink to get drunk. I don't go to bars for that. I go to bars for music because usually there's concerts at bars or something like that.
All
But
right, that's fair.
I don't go out to drink. I can't. Drunk people I cannot stand.
All right.
I
Well,
just
you're
can't.
talking to one right now, but
Yeah, but you're not. No, you're not drunk.
Yeah, that's
what if I am? Because my tolerance is so high. I drank a whole bottle of champagne and I'm 3 Trulies down.
No, I get that. I mean, that's how I've smoked weed, man. I'm like Snoop Dogg.
That's bad. All right, I like that. All right.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I was a quote unquote drug dealer, if you will. I used to sell weed. I used to go on the dark web, purchase weed, and sell it. And I had another
Damn.
job at the time.
All right.
And but I
Free.
wasn't doing it to be like some big boss or whatever. I was doing it to make sure that like food's on the it wasn't like I was making 50 grand a month or something like.
That's reasonable.
I-
Yeah.
You're not peddling heroin to the kids.
No, I cap it at like 2,500 a month, right? I have like 4 or 5 people I sell to. Whoopity do, it's a plant. Get over it, type of shit.
Yeah.
Not saying I do this other stuff. Okay, I've purchased some acid. I've purchased some ketamine. Certain things. I wanted to try certain things.
Yeah. Do you think drugs should be decriminalized?
Oh, I think drugs should be legal.
So yes.
That's
Right,
good.
I don't.
there's
The only drug that should be illegal, in my opinion, is something like methamphetamine or fentanyl. Other than that, I have no issues with drugs.
Fentanyl is very dangerous.
That's
Well,
why I said meth and fentanyl. I don't.
Yeah,
know
yeah,
what-
that's
you know,
fair.
there's things like cigar lounges. We talked about this idea a couple episodes back, but it was pretty much like, you have your designated go-to place for more intense drugs if they were all legalized. So like your heroin lounge, your meth lounge. It's like a safe environment. It's
I wouldn't have a
regulated.
meth lounge though. That's just asking for trouble.
I'm really bad.
No, the idea would like
I don't know if you've been around meth heads, but there are some fucking crazy people.
A meth
Yeah,
lounge is
so-
called a jail cell. All right.
Yeah. Well,
Ridiculous.
have you?
Yeah.
I have a question. Have any of you guys been out of the country?
Yes.
Yeah.
Have any of you guys been to Holland, aka we'll just use Amsterdam?
I wish. I've been to Germany,
Interesting.
but Amsterdam. a
Yeah.
month ago.
So they
Hey.
have so they don't have what you're saying, but like it's interesting because you can actually go buy mushrooms and stuff
Yeah,
in Holland.
I love
You
that.
go to smart shops. That's actually where I first did mushrooms, was at a smart shop. I bought some. And the thing is, the lady at the smart shop, she's like, "Have you ever tripped? No, you never tripped. Well, you can start here." And she tells you like how to do it, which is
Yeah.
fantastic. I think that's amazing. Um I the way they have their coffee shops though is I hate that they don't have them here, because these people smoke in the shop and you would never know smoke is coming out of this shop, because their air conditioners are so high quality, because a lot of them you could smoke cigarettes in too. Some you can't smoke cigarettes in, but quite a few of them you can smoke weed and cigarettes in, because you can get spliffs, which is a half and half.
Yeah.
But I don't know why they don't have them here. I don't know why it's not. I hate that, like, a lot of the drugs that addicts care about, they get in trouble and I don't think anybody should be an addict. I don't think anybody should do, like, you shouldn't do heroin every day. You shouldn't do like acid every day. Like, you
All right. Well, what if it's
weed,
like alcohol?
alcohol, I think you could drink, but like you shouldn't drink. But you can drink, I don't really care. And the
Thank
same
you.
with weed. I don't really care if you smoke. But but I don't like how the people at the top can do whatever the fuck they want and not get in trouble. But
Yeah.
basic people get, yelled at for fucking trying to enjoy smoking some fucking weed.
Yeah, like
Like,
the
it's just it's like, why do you get that's why we're in a two-tier justice system where, like, it's weird. It's like, why do these people, oh, because they're at the top? Well, why are they at the top? Because they did some heinous shit.
rules for thee, not for me.
Exactly, that's why I
Yeah,
don't like
exactly.
this shit. But I mean, I'm not also saying, like, I'm not gonna tell people to go do. Sometimes I will. I'll tell people, like, if you've never tried acid or something, think about trying it.
I fucking
um
love that. I
there
agree. I
you
agree
know
wholeheartedly.
I mean, I personally, I love ketamine. I think people should try it. It's a horse
Interesting.
tranquilizer, but it's also fucking tastic. It's one of
I'm
those.
sure.
It's a better antidepressant than Xanax, that's for sure.
Xanax just put me to sleep. I mean, I
That's what
enjoyed
it
it.
does. Trust me. Here's the thing. I have termandibular joint disorder, so my jaw dislocates a lot, and painkillers don't work. And I'll tell you how the pain is talked about with jaw dislocation. They describe it as natural childbirth, so it's very fucking painful. And I mean, you're not natural childbirth as in no epidurals, nothing. You're just fucking pissing out a big ass baby. This is literally how they compare jaw dislocation pain. I can't take painkillers. Heroin's not gonna help me. Morphine's not gonna help me. My pain will still be there. But you know what's gonna help me go to bed? That Xanax. A fucking Xanax will put my ass to sleep when I'm in that amount of pain. But that's
I,
all Xanax is to put you to sleep. It doesn't. I don't. It's the worst antidepressant ever. It just makes you sleep.
I mean, if you fight through the drowsiness, from what little I remember of it, you kind of get very loopy and you start to just go off
Oh
the
yeah.
rails. It was, from what I remember, interesting, but
But that's just if you're like sleep deprived. You get loopy when you don't sleep.
yeah, it just
Well,
accelerates the phenomenon.
yeah, but like, even when I take hydrocodone for a painkiller, if I take two, I get loopy.
Yeah,
And I might not be sleep deprived, so I just get loopy.
yeah, they make you very drowsy in a very interesting way. Um, no, I enjoy acid. Acid's pretty nice. Mushrooms are okay.
I would like to enjoy acid and mushrooms, but they don't work on me like they work on normal people.
What do you mean they don't work on you?
So I won't. I could take a couple tabs and I won't trip. My body will feel it. I won't trip though. I won't see anything. I may see some colors, maybe, possibly. But what happens is I'll start tripping, and then my body will go to normal, and the acid will sit on the back of my receptors in my brain, and then like 2 days later, out of nowhere, and this would happen, it would drive me nuts. I would get, I would start having the trip again. My body would start feeling like it could do anything, and like, I don't work out or nothing, but all of a sudden I'm a fucking hell of a lot stronger and all sorts of shit. I'm just like, what the fuck is this acid doing? Like, why is it doing this? Like, why can't you just trip like a normal person? It's like, no, every couple of days until the acid's gone, I'm just gonna make you feel like you're like super strong for no reason.
Your body has a very interesting metabolism to it.
Yeah, but I also I also practice certain things that people don't practice, and that has a part of it. So because I don't drink alcohol, I don't have sex, I don't masturbate, I don't you have your body can actually produce serotonin at a higher rate. And so like there's times where I'm just sitting around watching something and I start laughing and all of a sudden it's like I just smoked like 16 fucking joints and I'm higher than shit. And it's just because I abstain from a lot of things that don't mess with my brain chemicals.
Damn. All right.
Have you ever tried MDMA?
Yes.
What are your thoughts?
I've candy flipped.
Hell yeah, I want to try that shit still.
Mm. Your body feels great, man. It's fantastic. I think it's a fun time. I think a lot of I think that if you reach a certain peak with like acid mushrooms and or ketamine, because ketamine is a dissociative.
Yeah,
And back in the day, especially the Greeks, they used to do drugs like that, and they'd mix it with alcohol, and these people could see the things that like they didn't want you to see, and that's why they criminalize it. I mean, they try to put coke and acid like on this, and it's just like you could get in so much trouble for shit that naturally exists, and it's like, but it naturally exists.
yeah,
And then it shows you stuff. Like when I was on ketamine and I had a K-hole, I mean, I was seeing pyramids and I'm seeing stairs and I'm seeing all sorts of weird shit, like putting like a puzzle together. And so I understand why they don't want people really to have access to these things, because it makes you think outside the box that you generally see in.
yeah. I mean, that's the only reason it makes sense to me because like alcohol is legal and there's no
Yeah,
benefit. I mean, all right, you can have a good time with people, but like there's no physical or mental benefit. You're not going to drink yourself into a coma. You're not going to be blackout drunk and then have like a life-changing moment unless you're
No,
What are
you're
you
not
talking about? I'm having
exactly.
a life changing moment right now, and I'm drunk.
Except for him, he's the exception.
Yeah. Thank you.
He's the 1 in 10.
Thank you. Yeah. Keep
But no, yeah,
Yeah.
no,
Keep
you're right. And
normalizing my drunkenness.
with alcohol, you can have a good time, and then are you going to drink yourself into a coma? Are you going to drink yourself into a car accident? Are you going to drink yourself in a, you know what I mean? You
yeah.
take some acid, where are you really going?
Like you don't feel, at least for me
Where,
personally, like it's I've driven while tripping on acid and mushrooms and like part of it is enjoyable, but there's also another part of my brain like, all right, this is boring already. I want to just sit inside, listen to music. Like you're so much less a harm to yourself because you don't have confidence. You don't think, okay, I'm totally fucked up physically. Let me go drive.
alcohol gives you that weird fucking ego confidence that you shouldn't
Yeah.
have. And then the hallucinogens, they generally give you the, I call it the ego death. Where
Everyone.
you,
It just gives
it's
you
like,
humbleness. It just makes you humble.
yeah, all you want to do, that's why I don't understand. It's like when you're on acid or even on MDMA or ketamine or whatever, you generally want to just either, if you smoke weed, you want to smoke weed, you might want to have a little bit of a drink, and you want to listen to music or play video game. You want to do something that just puts you in a good mood. Whereas I've seen so many people on alcohol, they go from 0 to a fucking 100 and there's a fight. And you're like, why the hell is there a fight going on? Like what? And I
Yeah.
see that so much more than when people are fucking stoned. And that was the big thing when I was in Holland. Everyone smokes pot, and I mean everyone smokes pot. You're talking about, I'm watching dudes in full-blown business suits riding a bike to the coffee shop to buy their weed after work. I'm seeing the mom who just dropped off her kids at school, who has her two other kids in her stroller, go to the coffee shop to get her little pick-me-up for the day. But you know what I didn't see? I didn't see people getting pulled over constantly. I didn't see cops really having to do shit.
They
Now,
got
not
yeah.
saying they don't drink. They do drink in Holland. I mean, they're next to Germany. Of course they drink. But I don't. These people are so fucking high when they drink. None of them are like pissed off. And I'm like, oh, it's probably all the fucking weed balancing this shit out. Like, because here in America, since, I mean, people do smoke weed and they'll get their weed however they want. You know, Tennessee's, it's an illegal place, right?
Yeah.
But like, it, if you go to certain places where people don't smoke weed and all they do is drink, there's a lot more fighting. It's phenomenal how it is, and we treat alcohol like it's like the holy grail for some reason.
I don't get it. It's stupid. There's the fact that what was it? I want to say acid or MDMA. No, marijuana scheduled as like a Schedule 2 drug, same
Why?
heroin as far as like danger for use to yourself and others.
Ooh, heroin, a poppy plant or a weed that grows outside your house is like like all these things that are regulated for no apparent reason.
You can thank Big Pharma. All right,
Oh yeah,
lobby.
for sure. I don't
lobby.
I don't like any of that pharma shit. I think everyone should have quote unquote healthcare for sure. For sure. But I don't think people should be suffering at the rate that they do either. I think it's a lot of it's quite man-made.
Yeah. Yeah, unless
I
you're
mean,
getting a fucking
we've
tornado.
put how many of trillion if we think about it across all the quote unquote countries in this world, right? How much money do you think we've put into cancer research? Like they don't have the answer to cancer. Of course they do. But what do? We still send money into this shit, and then people still die from it.
Or like the quote unquote COVID pandemic. That I got a whole fucking thing. Fucking Bill Gates. Fuck Bill Gates. All right.
Why do you think they made that movie Kill Bill? That's all about that motherfucker dying. I don't give a fuck what anyone says. Bill is Bill Gates. That shithole. That guy is just.
Fucking engineered the coronavirus. I don't know if I believe that entirely, but yeah, I remember, there's a couple of good videos. I don't know, it just seems all man-made.
He's buying
Like that
off all the
fucking
farmland.
AIDS crisis. You're really telling me that the CIA, those motherfuckers, they're not. No, it's always someone in power, just using some means of control, bioweapons, disease, fucking media
Media.
manipulation.
Yeah. You have media, movies, everything is so much shit is manipulated. It's not funny, and that's why I've been enjoying Twitter or X, if you want. I'll call it X. I've been enjoying it recently because
Elon, he's a fucking free thinker.
well, I love Elon. I don't think Elon's human for one, and I think Elon is probably one of the funniest motherfuckers I've ever seen.
Interesting.
But I think that with the free speech being allowed more so, even if there's little things saying, I don't care that they put like something underneath it or whatever, saying, well, this is false. What? Because sometimes it's false. It's whatever. I don't care. Fact of the matter is, people are allowed to be more open about stuff. Um, I'm thankful for only because there's stuff that I've been saying for years that people have talked shit to me about, and so many more people are like, and they're saying it too, so it's hard to like try, it's hard to try to put me in the shitter when there's so many other people saying the same thing. So I've been excited about that.
That's fair. I've been basic. I got infected by the Chinese spy app brain virus a couple of years ago, and you know, it makes me laugh sometimes. There's some useful things, like I learn a new thing or two, or a recipe. That sounds good.
Oh yeah. There's some small benefit to it, right? At the end of the day, like there's a
Y-
little bit of a yeah. There's shit, but there's some good that comes out of the shit. I mean, it's far few in between, but at least there's some good. There might be a funny meme moment or something.
Yeah, I mean it's the difference between like Western TikTok and then like the Eastern, like the people who created it, TikTok.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. It's funny to see like I think it's been I like the internet at the same time I don't like the internet because people think they're intelligent and they speak on the internet and they're not that
Yeah.
intelligent, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah,
But it's for many people, most people have never left their country of origin. And it's nice for them to see how other people are. I like those aspects to be able to like see the world even if they can't go see the world.
yeah.
So there's certain benefits to it, but I just think there's so much AI that people don't know already exists and have existed. Like people think AI is this new concept, and it's like, no, they've been doing this shit for a while. We're just telling you about it now. Like you think that we haven't been doing this, but I mean, a lot of big time. There's some big streamers that aren't real. It's computer generated. Um, Like, that's the only downfall about the internet, was that these people could get richer off of other dumb shit. Like, that's been kind of the big downfall. And there's a lot of propaganda and stuff, because they know how to, quote unquote, I guess, tag on your heartstrings. I'm not trying to use heartstrings, but like, if you're like a gamer, or if you're someone who's really big into sports, it's easy to come up with, someone who could be like a liberal gamer who has these ideas, a conservative sports person who has the ideas, and push them out. It's not a real person, and they can make money off of it. While just, thinking you're watching someone you enjoy, not knowing they're just doing it to make money off of you, because they don't really give a fuck about your opinion. Like, that's the
Right.
only big issue, in my opinion, with the internet.
I like it. It's chaotic. We make something out of something. I mean, Bitcoin, cryptocurrency, that shit's so stupid, but I like it at the same time.
I
Yeah.
don't think it's stupid at all. I think it's ingenious.
Why do you think it's in?
Well, I think the Dogecoin thing is stupid, but that's fucking funny because it's a Doge dog.
I mean, I made $60 off of Dogecoin, so I can't be mad at it. But
So, see,
cryptocurrency, though, in general, is like normally like anonymous. So
the reason why I like crypto, and I prefer it over cash, and cash will be gone, and I'm fine with that. Most people aren't fine with that, but the reasoning I give for this is that many of these, and yes, elites have money in crypto, and I'm not saying that, but you don't know who owns the cryptocurrency. You don't know who owns Bitcoin. So that makes it even more interesting. Even though there's I mean, I have a feeling who owns Bitcoin. But with that being said, is that these people hide their cash. And if the economy were to crash, a lot of these fucking horrible people still have cash everywhere that they can use. Because cash is just printed. These people just print it. But with cryptocurrency, kind of like the whole gold thing, is you have to mine it, right? They say there's only so much or whatever, but the thing is that you can see these currencies being moved. And yes, they say that, like, I was buying drugs and I was doing everything with a VPN, and I was using this thing called Cleopatra, moving it, and so they say you can't follow the trail. You can follow the trail
Yeah,
very easily if you wanted
yeah,
to. I mean, let's be honest, like, the
fucking yeah. The what was the guy's name who founded the Silk Road? Uh, Ross Ulbricht. I know FBI. They were able to track a lot of his, how much money he made through crypto.
Well, yeah, for sure. Well, the government, let's not even just fuck saying FBI or CIA or whatever. Let's just say the government. I'm just going to use the government as a whole. You see all these people that push for VPN usage and all this shit, right? Who do you think invented the VPN? You don't think the government can't just, like, go through a back door and figure out what you're doing? They have information on every single person. They can know. It's whether or not they want to target you or not. If, like me, they're not going to give a shit that I'm selling weed. But if someone's doing something else and they're going to give a shit, then they do their quote unquote investigation and blah, blah, blah. But they can bypass VPNs. They can bypass all sorts of shit. That's kind of why I like cryptocurrency, because the fact is that when Bitcoin, or whatever it is, I think it will be Bitcoin, becomes the actual currency of the whole entire world, it will it people are complaining because, well, they get rid of cash. But if you want to get rid of corruption, you can't have cash in the society anymore, because cash is the most corrupted thing you can have. If you can have a coin that is actually monitored and in real time, that knows when you're doing something corrupted, and it can be caught in real time, that's what needs to be done. You can't trust cash anymore. And the reason I say that is because cash, and Bitcoin has part of this too, but you can fix that. But every time you use your debit card and every time you pay with cash, you pay into a laundering system that goes into drug and sex trafficking. And it's a big reason on why I don't work and I just stay home and take care of a parent instead. Because you know what, at least if I'm going to the grocery store, if I have to, at least I'm purchasing that. I'm not purchasing something. I'm not purchasing a pair of shoes. I'm not purchasing something stupid. I'm only purchasing my necessities. So at least I keep my print down on the whole trafficking that happens across the whole entire world. Whereas I think a cryptocurrency can at least mitigate and actually catch the people that are trafficking a lot easier. Because they use cash to do this. I mean, cash is, if you know what Monero is, it's a currency, but it's not a currency. It's someone who sends cash privately to someone, and they create they create an online credit for them to purchase. And you wouldn't be able to know where it came from. I mean, you could theoretically know where it came from, but it's a lot harder to track than it is to track a Bitcoin.
Yeah.
But this has come from years of me, the few years that I went on the dark web. I saw the patterns and stuff with everything. So like when Bitcoin would crash, what happened in the dark web era would be a fucking a drug or whatever website had just went out of business. And then you would see the crash in Bitcoin happen because people would exit with their Bitcoin and cash it out to real money.
Makes sense, yeah.
But people wouldn't know that unless if you were in that, if you were quote unquote, a dealer or something like that.
Just a customer. Yeah, like you go onto a website and then you see that this website has been raided by the FBI.
Well, not even that. They do exit scams. Well, they'll be there for a while, and then they'll take all the money and just shut the site down.
Exit
And
scams.
then
There's a good number of those good old darknet exit scams, yeah.
I've seen a few. I've seen a few exit scams in the about couple years that I was into this. I saw, I think, like 3 or 4 exit scams. And then I saw a site actually, like, one site, which was an amazing site. I forget what it's called. I loved it, but they actually like said, "Hey, we're going out of business this date." Like they were proper about it. It was weird.
Fuck, I know the one you were talking about. That might have been a honeypot. Alpha Dream. No. Fuck.
Not that wasn't it.
Alpha Bay was that guy got caught.
Alpha. That was a great site though.
Yeah, it was a good site. I mean, it filled the void.
It was
I mean,
a fan. I
yeah.
liked that site a lot. Yeah, that was a good site, but no, that wasn't the one.
What was it called? Dream Market. I think that's the
Dream
one.
Market was good.
Yeah, I think Dream Market. I watched I don't know if it was Nexpo. It was some YouTube commentator who did a deep dive video on like a lot of darknet websites.
Expo's pretty good.
But see the websites I went on were specifically for certain things. So like Silk Road, which is funny, if you Google Silk Road right now and you bring up the Wikipedia page, it will say it was in the site came to be in like 2014 or something.
No, it was around way before then. Fuck
I
that.
know, but the Wikipedia will tell you one thing. But I remember I was 13 years old, and there was a Yahoo article that told me directly how to go on the website, how to go on Silk Road, how to do everything, how to get the web browser and do all this shit. So I went on it because I was curious what they sold on Silk Road. And that website, and this was in 2003 when I went on it, and I knew this site I was like, fuck you Wikipedia, you little lying shit. I was like, this shit was around in 2003, came about in 2014. I'm like, all right, what's up Matrix? Like, that's what I'm saying, they put stupid shit there when something was around way before. But on that site you could buy anything you wanted. The sites that I use, you could not do that. I didn't participate or go on any site that allowed you to purchase a person or a grenade launcher or a rocket launcher. Like, I didn't go on. That was the only time I went on that site, and I was 13. I didn't purchase anything. I was just curious. But like the darknet websites I use purposely were for, some of them did have where you could buy fake money or whatever. Like you could send in $200 and get like at that whatever rate.
Yeah.
Counterfeit. But other than that, yeah, none of the sites I ever used had any of the extreme disgusting shit like Silk Road had.
Silk Road, at least from what I can see, I mean, it was just mainly goods, not like people goods.
No, if you there was a whole different little thing you could click, and it took you to ulterior things you could purchase. And in the ulterior things you could purchase humans, you could purchase organs, you could purchase weapons. Like, they had it in a whole different part of the site. That was the first time I saw you could purchase someone's heart. You could purchase a child. I was like, this is the weirdest shit I've ever seen.
I wish those
Interesting.
websites.
I mean, I wonder how like authentic that was. But
The
that's
drugs.
I mean, it
and
was the
interesting.
real
drugs,
Silk Road website from 2003.
the
And they
drugs
still
and
they
guns.
still
I
have
think
these sites on the dark net. You just have to find them. You have to know like the right things to do on the dark web wiki.
you also have
Yeah.
to know the right people because a lot of
Oh,
people
for
are really
sure.
paranoid, rightfully so.
I would have never. My buddy is the one who showed me it. I would have never known this shit without him. Like the Silk Road thing I knew about, but like to try to find these other websites and stuff, I would have never known without him.
Ross did
Usually,
nothing wrong.
usually find out from someone. I mean, unless you're like a hacker and you're that intelligent, sure. But
He created
most
this.
people aren't finding it out like on their own.
Yeah, I don't disagree with Ross Ulbricht. His idea, like a absolute free market. All right, drugs should be, you should be able to buy them.
I don't think they should be under a paywall for the pharmaceutical companies.
Yeah,
I
don't
think
have.
that's horrendous.
I mean, I do think that guns, you should at least exhibit some competency, some.
Guns, yeah. I there's certain countries that like you have to like write a fucking essay, like you have all these evaluations and stuff like that. And if you just randomly shoot your gun off to shoot your gun off, they'll take away your right. I don't mind that. That doesn't bother me. I just think that guns are too easily able to get into the wrong hands. And I think that's just because you just they don't I swear to God, they don't like you can't they don't make people get evaluated enough for guns.
Yeah.
And then you do have corrupt areas where people that shouldn't have guns are able to get guns because they know someone.
Yeah, I think most of it is like third party, like getting guns. I mean, it really all depends on state. That is the conversation that we had earlier. Um, yeah, as much as I'd love to keep talking about this stuff, it has been 4 hours, which is usually like longer than what our podcast goes for.
Yeah.
I do like I beyond appreciate your commentary and your opinions on here. This is what Opinion Planet is based off of, quite literally. I mean, people's opinions, no matter whether we agree with
we're
them
on
or
a
not.
planet
but-
and we have a whole lot of opinions because there's a whole
Exact-
lot of assholes out there.
Exactly. So, I mean,
You
your
sound
opinion.
a little drunkakins anyway, so it's almost time for you to fucking hit that head on that pillow.
Nah, I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I appreciate your chiming in. I like your opinions. I like how you stood by them. Some people will be like, more standoffish, or maybe change their tone throughout the process. But you all right? I don't know what that is.
No,
But
you guys.
you
The only
Wait.
attack was made is when what's his face called me a bitch, and I don't think he
Yeah.
thinks I'm a bitch anymore. I think we're
No.
good.
All right, so
no,
yeah,
I think that's the. I think people use their emotion and they think they're using emotional intelligence, but a lot of people act out because of the fact that there's the possibility they're wrong. And I think
Yeah.
that's why a lot of people get into arguments. But like I said, I don't care if I'm right or wrong. I'm going to give you what I've been told, what my honest opinion is. And if I'm proven wrong, I'll admit I'm wrong. I have no issue with that. I think most people hate admitting they're wrong.
Yeah, and
So
I
that's why I'm
respect
not.
that.
That's why I'm not going to be combative. The only time I'll be combative is if it's something with a moral-driven case, and I'm just like, no, or I might just walk away because it's like I can't have the conversation. But as long as it doesn't affect that, I think that's how most people should be. Unfortunately, they're not though.
Yeah. Yeah, I can
Yeah.
agree. But yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, thank you. To be honest, I thought you were a bot, like when you first joined the chat, because we only really get bots that interact with us.
Yeah.
That was my
Well,
bad.
I may be. No, I'm just kidding.
Zuckerberg bot.
You
Yeah.
never know. I could be a Terminator.
Yeah, that's
True.
true. We haven't ruled it out yet. Yeah, so folks,
That'd be sick though if I was. But thank you for letting me talk. I appreciate the conversation, you guys.
No
you're
problem. I
welcome.
mean, that's what this podcast is about. So, I mean, I appreciate you chiming in and you being honest about your opinions and you sticking by them. So, I mean, that's what it's about. So,
And maybe
thank
one
you.
day me and Amadeus can talk about the tunnels, because my God, I could talk about those tunnels.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, we have more podcasts. I mean, every Saturday at what 6 p.m. Eastern time or 7 p.m. Eastern time. My bad. That's it's my inebriation coming in, but I appreciate you coming in. But yeah,
Sounds good.
No,
yeah.
I appreciate it. Thank you guys. Before I leave, I just want to say, Amadeus, if you want to have a laugh, go onto Twitter, go look at Ben Shapiro, and go see how ratioed Ben Shapiro is with how many people ask him to talk about them fucking tunnels.
It's pretty good. Yeah.
It's
It's pretty fucking good.
it's
And here's the
badass.
thing, I'm not the biggest fan of Ben Shapiro. I think he's funny sometimes, but you know what? He's a Jew, and he's not going to talk about them tunnels.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Well, I
Well,
think we'll
Have
leave
a
it.
good
I
night,
think
you
we'll.
guys.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
you too.
too. Yeah, we'll leave it at that. We appreciate you, and yeah, see you next time.
Let's move back to hosts real quick.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, that was something, dude. Yeah, this is probably the most inebriated I've been for a podcast. Hence why I've been so quiet. But I mean, it's
It's good.
been interesting.
We had a professional yapper on.
Yeah, I wouldn't even say there's a professional yapper. I mean, they had their opinions. They had.
Yeah.
Isn't a yapper just someone that likes to talk a lot?
I think that would be a
Isn't that what a podcast
that would be a
is?
Tracy. But like this one was like they were open to opinions. Like I'm genuinely happy with the person we got tonight. So I
And we
think
found Pick.
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, if anything, we're streaming on Kick from now on, no matter what, because we actually got like quite a few viewers. I mean, our highest was like 5 or 6. So
Yeah, not too bad.
yeah.
Hell,
Thank you guys for listening in. This is what the podcast is about. Is you have the opportunity to chime in for your opinions. So
Yeah.
thank you for
sounds
listening.
Good. See you fuckers next week.
Yeah.
oh, P. Oh,
P. Oh.
Oh, P.